Guess you wonder where I've been. I searched to find the love within. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let it go. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in the days from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. What you want to do for love. You've tried everything, but you don't give up. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in the days from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. I want the best is true. What you want to do for love. You've tried everything, but you won't give up. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would.
Bueno, bring it on. Bring it on, beg.
ladies and gentlemen, if we could have your attention, please. This is not the official start to the event. We will do that, and we'll do a proper exchange of pleasantries and proper acknowledgement of our dignitaries when we do. But before we start, it behooves me to do a proper HSC announcement. Could we have everyone's attention in the hall, please? Everyone. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is a no smoking venue. If you do feel the need to light up, please make your way downstairs either to the smoking lounge or outside the building. In the terribly unlikely event that we need to evacuate this venue, we have a few exits for you, and I'd ask that you please pay attention. Security personnel, I ask that you also pay attention for the sake of your principals. We have a few exits through this building. The door that you came through is obviously available for exits. Also at the back left, your right, there's another exit there. And then if you look to the corner, there's a curtain, but you can see that light is coming through the curtain. There's an emergency exit there. We can make our way straight down through the stairs you came through. Our ushers have all been briefed. I briefed them personally on all the exit protocols and the emergency exit routes. Please follow their direction. They will lead you either through the stairs, the public stairs that you came through, or the private staircase, which is very big at the back. If the emergency that warrants us to exit the venue is not a fire, if it is not a fire, we have 6 elevators just behind this platform that I'm standing on that will lead you downstairs to the basement and away from the venue. But that will only be in the event that the emergency is not a fire, right? Also, the people who are closer to the back of the hall. Once more, could I have everyone's attention, please? Everyone. Thank you. Once more, those of you who are closer to the back of the hall may be asked to exit through the back. Our ushers will direct you through the back, just behind this wall, to the emergency staircase as well. There are lifts there available, but we will only use those if it is not a fire. Now, we're living in the midst of a pandemic, and we're asking, as much as we have quite a few of you in this room, that you please keep your mask on, unless, of course, we've called you up to speak, in which case we ask that you take your mask off. We'll sanitize the microphones before we hand them to you. And we ask that if you are going to walk around at any point, please keep your mask on again. Put your mask back on. Also, if you need the restrooms, you'll find them. If you exit through the store, my left, your right, make your way to the stairs. Before you get to the stairs, there's signage, and we also have personnel there to help you with direction to the bathrooms. Once again, we don't expect any of those emergency situations, but it behooves us to make that announcement. We thank you for your attention. If you need anything at all, please call my attention. I'll be your host once we start this event. Also, all the ladies dressed in black with the Ankara print around their waists are hostesses and are very available to answer your questions. If they are not aware of how to solve your issues, they will direct your queries to me. Thank you very much for your attention. We will start very shortly. Have a great afternoon.
Hello?
Hi there. I can definitely hear you, sir.
Oh, you can hear, okay. So are we starting? When are we starting?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure myself.
Good morning, sirs. Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the delayed start time. I've just been told that the conference is just about to start on site. So if you could please just give us a few moments and we'll start shortly. Thank you very much for your patience and for joining us this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start very shortly. I'd like to ask that everyone please take up their seats. Once the Vice President comes in, this access point will be shut down for security reasons. So please take up your seats. Please take up your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please, can we clear this?
I'd like to ask gentlemen and ladies by the door, if you could please clear the area. Please clear the area. Gentlemen and ladies by the door, please clear the area. Clear the area. Thank you. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, if you could take up your seats. For those standing around and having conversations, we'd like to ask that you make your way to your seat, ladies and gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask that we all rise as we welcome the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I'd like to ask that all movement into the hall stops as we take the national anthem at this time. Thank you. You may be seated. Before we commence with greeting of dignitaries, I'd like to ask all gentlemen of the press to, within the next 60 seconds, take their photos and please exit the front of the stage. It is completely impossible for me to allow you guys to remain there. This is not that event. 30 seconds more, gentlemen of the press, 30 seconds more, then you will have to go be at the press bay at the back. 10 seconds more. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Please exit. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Sir, completely away from the front of the stage, please. Please leave the front of the stage. Sir. 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 We need you to leave the front of the stage, sir. Thank you. And for the rest of the event, I'm going to ask that no photographers, no pressmen come to the front of our event. It is not that kind of event. With that said, if we could have everyone's attention, gentlemen, by the aides, security personnel, if you could keep your voices down by the door, we would appreciate it. Sorry, I need to have a complete control of this event. Gentlemen, I need everyone to please give us your complete attention. And now allow me to dispense with some formalities of greetings. The Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, GCON. The Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, CON, ably represented by Senator Ibikunle Amosu. The Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Ahmed. The Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Otumba Niyi Adebayo. The Executive Governor of Ekiti State and Chairman of Nigeria's Governors Forum, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi. The Executive Governor of Edo State, my Governor, His Excellency Mr. Godwin Obaseki. The Executive Governor of Kaduna State, His Excellency Malam Nasir El-Rufai. The Executive Governor of Sokoto State, His Excellency Right Honorable Aminu Tambuwal. The Executive Governor of Niger State, His Excellency Alhaji Abubakar Sani Bello. Chairman, House Committee on Capital Markets, Right Honorable Ibrahim Babangida. His Highness, the 14th Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II, joining us online. Director General, Securities and Exchange Commission, Mr. Lamido Yuguda, represented by Executive Commissioner Operations, SEC, Dayo Obison. Group Chairman, the Nigerian Exchange Group, Otumba Bimbola Gumbanjo. Group MD and CEO, the Nigerian Exchange Group, Mr. Oscar Nyema, OON. Chairman or Chairperson, NGX Regulation Limited, Ms. Catherine Achezo, also Director GT CEO. CEO NGX Regulation Limited, Ms. Tinuade Awe. Chairperson NGX Real Estate Limited, Erelu Angela Adebayo. Our chairperson of this particular event and platinum sponsor for this conference, Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, CON, Chairperson Bureau Group. Our gold sponsor, Mr. Haruna Jalu Waziri, CEO, Central Securities Clearing System, CSCS. Our silver sponsors, NG Clearing, Farmer Nigeria PLC, and Stanbic IBTC. Dr. Samsudin Usman, CON, OFR, CEO Assessment and Associates. Board members of the NGX Group of Families, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Nigerian Exchange Group, her chairman, Mr. A.B. Mahmood, SANON, and her CEO, whose event this is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Temi Popola, I'd like to bid you all a very, very warm welcome to this conference. My name is Ike Osakiodo. I'm going to be your MC. I would like to first of all say a big congratulations to the Nigerian Exchange Group and their demutualization and the process that you have gone through. It is quite commendable. We're very proud of the thinking, the mindsets for progress and for change that has gone into it. I was fortunate enough in preparing for this event to have a word with the CEO, Mr. Temi Popola. And I host a lot of tier 1 events across Nigeria and the African space. And the value, the esteem that a company or a corporation gives to an event is quick to notice in the brief they give to the MC. In the meeting, I had a meeting with the events planners. I had a meeting with his team at the Exchange Limited. And then he insisted that he would have a meeting with me personally. In that meeting, he specified to me in no uncertain terms the amount of respect he has for the heads of the various families in the Nigerian Exchange Group. He took time to explain their various capacities, you know, calling each person by name, giving their detailed history and what they've done with the group up onto the stage, talked about how the exchange function, the group functions, and whether it's regulatory, the real estate, or exchange limited, the NGX limited. And then I thought he would stop there. He then took time to bring out his guest list and took me through his guest list and explained who each one of you is. And I'm not joking, this took a few hours. He was trying to explain the relevance that each person in this event had to the capital market, had to, whether it's government policy formulation, or the contributions they've made in the corporate space. He wanted me to understand that this is not just another event. I asked why we were having this event, what it was that because it's been a while since we had heard about an event like this from the exchange. Gentlemen by the door, gentlemen by the door, gentlemen by the door. We came to listen to other people. I'm going to ask that you please keep it down. He took some time to explain to me the purpose of this event. And he said, you know, the exchange has gone through a process of change for the future to bring about the exchange that we desire, to bring about confidence locally and internationally, to bring about progress that will help not just the capital market, but help the government, help the private sector, help everyone. And he wanted me to understand this is not one of those meetings where you come out and we're just gathering a few people for photo ops. He said, we've taken deliberately a small room because we want an intimate discussion. He said, it's going to be rare. And I wanted to see if I can remember this quote very well. He said, it's going to be a rare occasion to find so many intelligent minds in one room. He insisted that we would get the best of everyone. And so I suggested something, and with His Excellency, the Vice President's permission, I would like to suggest that going further into the event, that every speaker who comes up, please do not attempt to go into the detailed protocol list that I elaborately exemplified at the start. It will just turn this event into something else. We're looking for a more intimate gathering where we can probe into your mind, into your wealth of experience, into your history, your exposure to international and local markets, to be able to get from you all things that we can to formulate policies, to bring about new processes that will help the exchange become the exchange of the future, to bring back confidence to it locally and internationally. So when you come up, please feel free to stand on existing protocol. Also, we'd like to ask that when you're having your discussions, that you really reach deep to give us as much as you can of yourselves and of your experience to help this become something that will change Nigeria and change our capital market. To our speakers that will come up, we have 2 screens in front of you. We're trying to move very briskly through this meeting. So we have a timer that will be on those screens. We ask that you please observe them and respect them. One of the last thing he said to me in the briefing, Mr. Kwokwola said to me, Ike, if you keep these people too long in this meeting, Nigeria will lose too much money. So please, I would like to ask that as much as you are full of knowledge and repositories of wisdom, that you please do us a favor of trying to be as brief as you can so that Nigeria will not lose too much money. With that said, in an event like this, you don't bring an MC to welcome dignitaries. You have people of the same caliber and stature as them to do the honors. So I'd like to welcome a gentleman who is far more worthy to speak to you. Please make welcome the chairman, Nigerian Exchange Limited, Mr. A.B. Mahmood, S-A-N-O-O-N, as he comes to do a fitting welcome to all our guests.
Your Excellencies, I wasn't going to attempt to do the protocol and properly guided by MC Akin, So I'll just go straight into my welcome remarks. Good morning. On behalf of the board, management, and staff of the Nigerian Exchange, I'm delighted and honored to welcome you all to the maiden NGX Capital Market Conference. The theme of this conference is the future-ready capital market, innovating for Nigeria's sustainable recovery. This theme, I believe, is apt and timely in view of the emerging collaborations, strategic alliances, and developments in Nigerian capital markets, especially as Nigeria works towards a sustainable post-COVID-19 recovery. Earlier in the year, the NSE transitioned to the Nigerian Exchange Group PLC with 3 wholly owned subsidiaries, which include the Nigerian Exchange Limited, NGX, NGX Regulation Limited, and NGX Real Estate Limited. This landmark event denotes a historic milestone for the exchange, as it better positions us to execute our strategic vision to be Africa's premier exchange hub with a robust corporate governance structure. Also, with the demutualization, we're well placed to support the economic recovery plans of the government and contribute to the development of the Nigerian capital markets by leveraging on the many opportunities available to deliver sustainable value to all the stakeholders in our ecosystem. Let me add some context to my opening address by speaking to why the need for the conference at this moment. Nigeria is the proverbial giant of Africa, with a growing population now estimated to be over 200 million, with rich cultural heritage of over 520 ethnic groups. Our country is also endowed with natural and cultivated resources, which unfortunately remain grossly underutilized in sections of agriculture, manufacturing, mining, tourism, entertainment, human capital, capital markets, and so on. As the order of globalization continues to stir the world's economies and new unprecedented issues such as the COVID-19 pandemic emerge in the horizon, it is pertinent for all stakeholders to appraise the current situation as we forge ahead with a collaborative journey towards sustainable recovery and preparing for a fortified, prosperous, and relevant future for our nation. Despite the concerted recovery efforts to return to the pre-pandemic levels, Nigeria is still beleaguered with a plethora of social and development challenges, such as lack of access to affordable and reliable infrastructure, including power, transportation, communication, all of which form the building blocks of a productive and competitive economy. Nigeria's huge infrastructural deficit has been a topical discuss, as it is widely believed that the poor infrastructure is one of the biggest challenges to ease of doing business in the country. With an estimated financing gap of $3 trillion spread over 30 years, the quantum of funding required is huge. And sole reliance on government revenues, the taxes, like taxes and grants, will not be sufficient to fund these infrastructural developments. Increase in taxes is a disincentive, which places more burden on the citizens and could further slow down the economy. Hence, there's no gainsaying the capital market is the appropriate platform to enable long-term fund mobilization needed to bridge the infrastructural deficit. In addition, the capital market provides a variety of financing instruments and investor categories, which could lead to larger pool of funds than other financing sources or options. As we contend with these development challenges, the International Monetary Fund has revised upward the growth forecast for Nigerian economy in 2022 by 0.3% to 2.6% compared to its earlier growth forecast for 2021. While this might sound like welcome news, we're all aware that a lot still needs to be done to sustain our journey of economic recovery, taking into cognizance the debilitating effects of the pandemic, unemployment, local production, disruptions to global supply chains, and foreign portfolio investments. A look at the current trends driving the economy today shows economic drivers that have a strong correlation with agility, nimbleness, and acceleration. With these trends, we are witnessing new innovations such as remote education, telemedicine, remote trading, and amplification of financial technology services across the globe. Consequently, the exchange now broadly recognizes the need to build resilience to aid both public and private efforts to navigate through the current economic realities. The conference theme encapsulates the progressive pace of change and the prospects it presents as we collectively forge ahead with Nigeria's sustainable recovery agenda. Knowing that this is a pivotal moment, we have asked ourselves, how can we best support the concerted effort from government and private sector to rebuild. I'm sorry. The federal government has recently announced the Medium National Development Plan, MTNDP 2021-2025, and Nigerian Agenda 2050, both expected to continue to shape the economic narratives for the country in years to come. Both plans are geared towards addressing the development challenges in all aspects by building a thriving and sustainable economy. This will be driven by the organized private sector, while government creates the enabling environment to facilitate growth and development. The Nigerian capital markets should be primed to support government efforts in the implementation and execution of both plans by providing access to various capital market products and services. These include opportunities in infrastructure funds, green bonds, mortgage-related securities, and capital flow opportunities in alternative markets. Government, on the other hand, needs to strengthen efforts to build a fair, well-regulated, and supervised capital markets for enhanced financial stability. For the capital markets to support these government and private sector efforts, it in turn needs governmental support by way of enabling policies and creating enabling environment. Some of these include tax incentives for listed corporates, the elimination of double taxation on some capital market products, enabling legislation for free zone companies to be able to access funding through capital markets, and creating the right legal environment for PPP partnerships to fund much needed infrastructure. Already some emerging trends in the Nigerian capital markets are defining what the future will be. For instance, the recent development in terms of roles and investment in derivatives, green bonds, and sukuk are currently setting the agenda for the future and beyond. Another trend which we cannot overemphasize is the application of technology and innovation to capital market processes and products, and the role of fintechs in the ecosystem. Nigeria remains an attractive destination for foreign direct investments, and we have seen a significant level of foreign private capital being directed to the fintechs and startups. Therefore, we must work together to create a conducive environment for them to thrive. Without doubt, NGX post-demutualization presents a good platform for addressing many of Nigeria's economic challenges, while these challenges in turn provide opportunities for players in the capital market ecosystem to showcase their potentials and advance business opportunities. Your Excellencies, today's conference will be exploring three major sub-themes: driving government's economic growth plans using the capital market, the capital market's role in driving private sector agenda, and driving capital markets recovery through policy advocacy. Mr. Timi Popola, the CEO of the Exchange, will share more perspectives on these sub-themes when he discusses the key highlights of the conference shortly. I have no doubt that the carefully selected speakers and panelists will do justice to the topics, and we will all leave the event more informed than we came. It is evident that Nigeria has all it needs to regain its rightful place as a giant of Africa, and we must collectively seek out the various opportunities to build a formidable country. A well-engaged, innovative capital market is one of the frontiers to be properly harnessed if Nigeria is to move beyond its ailing state and maximize the opportunities that the future holds. In closing, let me thank Your Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Emir of Kano, SAN, GCON, for his acceptance to headline the conference as a keynote speaker. And I'm aware personally of all the sacrifices that His Excellency, the Vice President, had to make to be present in this event. Your Excellency, we're really grateful. Thank you. The Senate President, Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawal, PhD, who is ably represented here. The Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Bajabe-Mela, Executive Governors of Edo, Ekiti, and Kaduna States, some of whom are joining us remotely, but many of whom are here in person, including the Governor of Sokoto State. Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, Chairman Boa Group of Industries, who is the conference chairman, and the conference sponsors, notably Boa Industries, CSCS, NG Clarin, and other key speakers, plenary discussants, and invitees for their participation. Once again, I thank you for listening, and I welcome you to this maiden edition of our conference. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. I must apologize for the power challenges we've experienced. Whatever happens, we're on a UPS, so we won't have a cutout of microphones, though I know it poses a challenge for you visually as well when the lights go out. Well, thank you very much, sir. Temi has spoken very highly of you and the influence you've had with connecting him with relevant individuals to the capital market and the force that you are to the Exchange Limited. Please put your hands together one more time for our speaker, Mr. A.B. Mahmood, SAN. Thank you very much, sir. Next up, we'd like to invite a gentleman who is nothing short of a giant in the corporate space, has done quite a lot of formidable work, but we're going to keep our attention on the conference and what we're about today. He is our conference chairman and also our platinum sponsor. We're glad to have him here. He's going to speak, give a few opening remarks as well. Please make welcome. I like the way you started clapping before I did that. Please make welcome Alhaji Abdul Ramad Rabiu, CON, the chairman of Boa Group. We're glad to have him here. He's going to come and speak briefly. Keep clapping till all my speakers get to the back of the platform. Please keep clapping. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, SAN, GCON. Your Excellency, I would like to take a cue from the last speaker, and with your permission, Your Excellency, I would like to stand on already established protocols. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to chair this year's NGX Capital Markets Conference, which is the first major conference by the NGX post-pandemic and the first since the NGX became a demutualized exchange. I would firstly like to commend the management of the NGX for steering the ship of the exchange in what has been a difficult year for many industries. The stability you have shown through the change process of the organization of the NGX is one that has given renewed confidence to investors and participants in the nation's capital market operators. You have led the way for capital market operators in Nigeria, and therefore you must continue to show astute leadership. I must also commend the organization of this year's conference, which has a very extensive speaker lineup as well as plenary session topics that are not only relevant and timely, but certain to be engaging and result-oriented. These sub-themes, which are centered around driving government's economic growth plans, policy advocacy, and the role of the private sector are three critical areas that must be explored in our quest to deepen not only growth, but also participation in the markets. This is because as we seek to boost recovery efforts across the world and Nigeria in particular, a forum like this is necessary to deliberate and develop workable solutions on reducing the infrastructure gap and boosting the economy using the capital markets as a veritable vehicle. In view of this, there are questions that many would like this year's conference to shed light on. Can the Nigerian capital market provide equity capital and infrastructure development capital for social development projects with strong economic benefits? This is a key question, simply because infrastructure development is a necessary condition for long-term sustainable growth and development, even more so as the government is pursuing various infrastructure projects to bridge the current infrastructure gap, from power projects to dams, housing, rail, roads, energy, amongst others. While there is no doubt that the capital market can make the allocation of capital for development and infrastructure projects more competitive if involved, is there a downside to it? For instance, will it extend the project financing process, which may be detrimental to boosting badly needed development? This is simply because investors will be looking to match capital only with projects that they deem very profitable. This may also likely minimize the number of projects that can successfully attract funds within a given time frame and effectively hamper the pace of development. Your Excellencies, there is a school of thought that argues, rightly or wrongly, that the Nigerian capital market system is not deep enough, both in terms of the value and the breadth of its offerings. Whatever the case may be, we must acknowledge the current efforts of the NGX to deepen the system, as well as keeping market participants abreast of new offerings. But they need to do more. The NGX must move faster in ensuring that the capital market in Nigeria can do more and provide a more robust platform for both private sector and government participation. As a private sector operator, BUA Group has been actively involved in the capital markets in one form or the other over the past 3 years, with some of the largest successful M&A, debt, and equity transactions in Nigeria, even during the pandemic. We believed in the capacity of the Nigerian capital markets to handle those transactions regardless of the economic headwinds, and we were not wrong. Based on this, I can confidently say that the NGX and the Nigerian capital markets can work to the benefit of the private sector and all Nigerians. But is there room for growth? Can we do more? Absolutely, we can. For us at BUA, we have seen increased value, intrinsic and otherwise, for our businesses. This relationship blossomed with the consolidation of our businesses like BUA Cement, which was listed a few years ago in 2019. When we listed BUA Cement, initially we were thinking of maybe 1 to 1.2 trillion. And we ended up getting a valuation of over that. And today, BUA Cement is the 4th largest capitalized company on the exchange, with a total market cap of 2.5 trillion. More recently, and at the start of the year, in another show of confidence in our capital markets, we issued a 100 billion naira Series 1 bond, which was oversubscribed by 39%. Upon completion at 115 billion naira, this became the largest ever corporate bond issued in the history of the Nigerian debt capital market. Earlier in the year, and just as I promised the management of the exchange, when we were seeking to list a few of our businesses, we commenced the process of bringing our food business to the stock exchange. And I can confidently announce that this process is almost completed and will provide for a more robust capital market upon listing. One thing we have learned through these various activities within the capital market is that you must come prepared and do a thorough job of interacting and participating within the markets. Whilst it can be very productive, it can also be unforgiving if you are not sufficiently prepared. Your Excellency, sir, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I have always believed, there is a need for increased collaboration between market regulators, private sector, capital market operators, and government, especially in the area of knowledge sharing, policy information, advocacy, education, and awareness, as well as in providing solutions to deepen the current system. Finally, I hope this conference will broaden the perspectives of all participants on how the capital markets can be effectively leveraged to support development at all levels. I wish you all very interesting deliberations and a successful forum. I thank you so much.
Put your hands together again for the chairman of Bua Group. Please keep clapping until he makes his way to his seat. Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, CON, Chairman Bua Group. That's what this is about, ladies and gentlemen. He spoke with candor. He spoke from his heart in terms of what he expects. It's important for the private sector to be able to speak to their needs from the capital market. We're going to hear from government officials, going to speak to their needs and expectations. We'll hear from those operating the sector as well as they speak to what they expect from government, from the private sector. And when we all communicate that way to each other, frankly, with candor, and just express what we need and what we think, I think we'll end up in a very good place. So once more, please join me and appreciate Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, CON. Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker is joining us online via Zoom. So we require that you please pay a little more attention because you will have to watch on the media screens. Please join me and welcome the DG, the Security and Exchange Commission, Mr. Lamido Yuguda, joining us live via Zoom. Please put your hands together for him. He can hear your applause.
Good morning, all. His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SANGCON. Please permit me to stand on a already existing protocol. It is my honor to speak at this capital market conference with the theme, the Future Ready Capital Market, Innovating for Nigeria's Sustainable Recovery. Please accept my apologies for not being with you.
If you can hear us, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
I can hear you on the Zoom, Lamido. I don't know if it's going across to the conference.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Can you hear me at the conference,
please? I need to know from people handling our technology if we have our speaker or if I can move on to our next speaker.
Hello?
Should I go to my next online speaker?
I think
Well,
people on
since I
Zoom
haven't
can
heard back
hear
from you,
me,
I'm going
but
to
not
move
at the
on.
conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me and welcome, for a goodwill message, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Please put your hands together for Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila as he comes to speak. I apologize that I didn't give you enough notice, sir. Please forgive me.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, like the MC said earlier, if you keep many of the guests here too long, the country may be losing a lot of money, but it goes beyond that. If you keep me here particularly too long, a lot may happen in the chambers that may affect all of us here. So I want to crave your indulgence that as soon as I'm done with this, because I'm supposed to be presiding over the House today, and I've already spoken to the Vice President about this, I may have to take my leave. So good morning, and I am delighted to be here with you today at the start of this conference and join in the important conversations I expect we'll hold here today. Capital is the lifeblood of commerce. Without capital, it is impossible to scale trade and services to take full advantage of existing opportunities. Without capital, innovations capable of changing the world, improving lives, and creating wealth remain unexplored ideas. In ways both obvious and subtle, our lives, our ability to conduct business and manage the affairs of the state in the best interest of our nation's people depends on the free flow of capital and the ability to raise and access resources when they are needed. Therefore, governments worldwide, in considering and implementing policies, making laws, and building infrastructure, have a special responsibility to ensure the free flow of capital, subject to the necessary regulations for prohibiting illicit transactions that harm us all. Unfortunately, it remains too often the case that governments all over do not take this particular need into account, with predictable effects on our economic life. This conference provides an opportunity for us to jointly think through the ways we can improve the policy and legislative process in government to make sure that government facilities, rather than inhibit, allows capital to flow. As we are gathered here this morning, countries all over the world have begun to close borders and shut down travel in response to the emergence of a new and deadlier variant of the COVID-19 virus. Frantic headlines bring to mind the earliest days of the pandemic when we did not quite understand the nature or scope of the dangers we face today. Today, we know the virus better and have become better at managing it. A vaccine has even now exists to help in eradicating this virus and ending this pandemic. Yet, in the panicked responses of government worldwide, one thing is evident: fragility of the international networks of trade that we have come to rely extensively on in this stage of globalization. For us in Nigeria and in Africa, recent events offer many warnings and ought to teach several lessons. In choosing the theme of this event, the organizers of this conference have identified that we need to address the sustainability question in our efforts at social economic recovery. Let me add that we must also think critically and advance solutions for democratizing access to capital so that more of our population, particularly our massive population of young people, can access the resources they need to transform their best dreams into actual achievements for the common good. I congratulate the Nigerian Exchange Group Limited for convening this event as a platform for constructive interactions between the public and private sectors. The capital market is critical to accelerating the economic growth needed to broaden prosperity and reduce poverty in Nigeria. And I want to assure you today that the House of Representatives is committed to being a valuable partner in advancing policies and legislation that enable commerce, support innovation, and encourage growth in the capital market and our nation's economy. As many of you may well be aware, the House of Representatives has a specific committee, the Capital Markets Committee, that is saddled with the responsibility on oversighting this sector and this market. Indeed, the chairman of that committee, Honorable Babangida, is seated here with you today. So I encourage you to work with the Capital Market Committee in the House to serve as an interface in developing the capital markets. Just as we have reformed the appropriations system to establish a January-December budget cycle, passed the long-awaited Petroleum Industry Act and the Company and Allied Matters Act, amongst others, we will continue to do the things we know are good and necessary for the growth of our economy and the prosperity of all our people. I thank you once more for the invitation to join you this morning, and I wish you a successful event filled with insightful discussions. God bless you and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. All right. I'd like to apologize while that's going on to the DG of the Security and Exchange Commission, Mr. Lamido Yuguda. Apparently, we had some technology challenges that they are sorting out. We will bring up that speech as well as our other online speakers later on in the course of the conference while we sort things out. So please bear with us. We will come back to you to hear from you. We appreciate your presence and we don't in any way intend to miss out on the opportunity of having you speak to us. Please join me one more time and put your hands together for our speaker who just spoke, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Thank you so much, sir. And if you're not running off, I'd like to have, there's a photo opportunity I'm going to create in a moment with you and a few of the people. And speaking of photos, this is a room full of dignitaries. If I were trying to get all of you into one photo, I will damage the integrity of my stage. So I'm going to ask that you please allow me to call you in segments when the time comes for photos. Gentlemen of the press, we respect the fact that you guys help us to amplify what we do here and send it out to the public in general, whether it's print or visual media. So we ask that you please just give us the time. We will call you forward for those photos. But until then, please respect the positioning that we've asked you to maintain. We can't have you standing in front. It doesn't look right. Thank you. All right. We'll get to that shortly. I would like to call our next speaker before we do that photo opportunity, if you do not mind, sir. I'd like to call our next speaker. We'll be asking him to come speak on behalf of the Senate President, Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, CON, Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, CON. But he's also a man of great capacity himself, being the Chairman, Senate Committee on Capital Markets. Please join me in welcome Senator Ibikunle Amosu as he speaks briefly to the topic as well.
Thank you. The Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, SAN, GCON. Mr. Speaker, my brother Governor, so please permit me to rest on the already established protocols. Of course, as been said, I'm representing the Senate President. I'm most pleased to be part of this initiative geared towards addressing a critical economic need through harnessing opportunities in the capital market. This move is in tandem with the public-private sector collaboration that we have since advocated for the stimulation of ideas and implementing policies A flagship conference like this sets the tone for the exploration of possibilities inherent in the capital market and could lead to the maximization of our social and economic assets in the strive for growth and development. Thank you. The theme of the conference, the future-ready capital market, innovating for Nigeria's sustainable recovery, is apt and timely, considering the focus of the government and indeed the National Assembly to radically reposition the country for sustainable economic recovery and growth. I must say that this topic reflects the yearnings of many stakeholders in the capital market, particularly investors, brokers, regulators, and government, as it is in tandem with their desire for an innovative capital market where investments are carried out with speed, efficiency, and transparency. The role of capital market in the development of a nation cannot be overemphasized. A country with a robust capital market will be economically productive, socially responsive, and politically stable. That is why it is important for all players and stakeholders to be more concerned about making our nation's capital market a viral hub for investments that will guarantee a sustainable economic recovery and growth. Beyond the economic gains, capital market all over the world is regarded as a veritable platform for bringing the infrastructural gap, financing of capital projects, harnessing capital to good use, and for solving unemployment crisis. For our nation's capital market to effectively serve these purposes, some innovative approach of restoring investors' confidence is crucial to the attainment of future-ready capital market. The future-ready capital market represents a market of our dream, where investors will have unhindered access to sufficient and timely information about the stock capital instruments and the trading patterns, which will assist in making informed decisions. Innovation is when capital market is transparent and not restricted only to its traditional domain. There's therefore the need for multiplicity of avenues and platforms that will further boost investors' confidence. Innovation must also, as a matter of utmost concern, be improved upon. Transparency is also a major factor to consider if our nation's capital market must be positioned for sustainable economic recovery. Investors all over the world are increasingly more sophisticated. They are more than ever before interested in getting constant and current information on their investments. The adoption of technology, therefore, will no doubt increase transparency and openness in the market. As global economics are currently undergoing economic recovery due to the impact of the COVID-19, there's the need for the capital market operators, as well as public and private sectors, to leverage on the opportunities provided by the capital market for sourcing infrastructure financing, which is considered as a catalyst to revamp and develop our economy. Similarly, developing economics need to explore the opportunities provided by the capital market to attract domestic equity for economic growth, especially as developed nations who have traditionally provided financing become more inward-looking because of the COVID-19 crisis. Thankfully, the lexicon business as usual is gradually fading away in our scheme of things in deference to the post-COVID-19 era. Thus, the onus is on all of us as a people and as a nation to embark on pragmatic approach that will reflect, change, and address some of the country's most pressing societal issues. One of the steps in this regard is for our capital market operators to deepen product innovation and use of robust technology for service delivery. They must also embark on massive enlightenment campaigns to attract both the public and private investors to its business as a way to reposition the market and ensure its sustainability. Let me commend the leadership and members of the NGX Limited for the various initiatives introduced in order to keep the exchange vibrant, thereby contributing to the growth of our nation's economy. I have no doubt that the inventive strategies and innovation adopted, such as the derivatives and demutualization, launch of the IPO portal and the growth board, as well as the market awareness for innovating capital flows that will increase retail investors' footprints in the market, will guarantee financial stability and security in our nation's capital market ecosystem. I understand there are 3 critical thematic areas that this conference will be looking to explore: driving government's economic growth plans using the capital market, the capital market roles in driving private sector agenda, and driving capital market recovery through policy advocacy. It is my firm belief that the panelists, policy experts, business leaders, industry regulators, and investors here present will look into the declining ratio of our nation's capital market to gross domestic product. Besides and other challenges, with a view to ensuring that proper structures are put in place for the development and exponential growth of capital markets in our country. The expertise assembled here, including investors, business leaders, policy experts, industry regulators, and development partners, are no doubt the quality that we require if we are to expand our understanding, examine possibilities, and generate ideas on what more we can do to remedy lapses from the past incidences, and then chart ways forward for leveraging on capital markets.
Hello?
Rest assured that the National Assembly will be ready to support you as much as possible, considering your high sense of responsibility, your individual and collective reputations, beside the high regard we have for the organization. I'm confident that the outcome of this conference will be useful for all sectors, both the public and private. I commend your efforts in hosting this event, and I congratulate you for the success you have recorded. I wish you a successful deliberation. God bless you all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as you appreciate the Senate President, Senator Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, CEO, and ably represented by Senator Ibikunle Amozu, Chairman, Senate Committee on Capital Markets, and the only person in Nigeria allowed to wear his hat like that. Anybody else who tries it must pay money to use it. He's one who invented that style. He started it in Nigeria. If you try it, you have to pay, some royalties to him. Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for him one more time. I've just been informed that, unfortunately, the speaker has just been called to another engagement. So before you leave, sir, I would like to have a photo opportunity. I won't trouble. I wanted a more extensive photo, but just so that we don't disrupt everyone on the front, I'd like to ask if we could ask you to join us for a photo. I'd like to ask the CEO and the chairman to join us as well in that photo right here on the stage. Please put your hands together as we call them forward to join. Please put your hands together for them as they make their way to the stage. You're allowed to smile, gentlemen. There's a bright future in this country. It's allowed. It's not a passport photograph. Please put your hands together once more as they make their way down. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you for making our time. Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, our chairman and our CEO. We're going to do quite a few more photos as the afternoon progresses, and we'll be inviting more of the people from the front to join us. But you know how these things start. When we do a bunch of photos at once, it can disrupt the whole event. So please bear with me. Also, I'd like to welcome all the people who are watching online. Remiss of me not to do it at the start. We do value your presence and the time you're taking out to attend this event. So thank you so much for joining us. Once more, another apology going to the speakers who were supposed to come on online earlier. We will bring you on to speak as soon as we're 100% sure that our link is perfect. Thank you all for your understanding. Next up, I'd like to welcome the man whose event this is, the person who generally, or in essence, invited every single person here to come out. He's been very passionate, not just about the capital market, but about new thoughts, new ideas, forging a way forward for the capital market in Nigeria, and what that means, what it takes to bring confidence back, or to not bring confidence back, but rather to build on the confidence that's been established already. He took quite a lot of time to talk about several details that they're addressing T+3 and how to make sure that changes and becomes a more progressive way. And to be quite frank, he gave me way too much information for a common man. I just didn't understand all of it. I was just like, yes, yes, sir, you are making sense. So I'm going to allow him to speak and be more elaborate with you because you guys are in the sector and more informed as to what his passions are. Please join me and welcome the CEO of Nigerian Exchange Limited, Mr. Temi Popola, CFA holders. He comes to speak and welcome you as well to this conference. Please put your hands together for him until he gets back here.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on all the existing protocol. It really is a pleasure to be here, and I've been called up to speak really to the theme of the conference. And in doing that, I would speak first about the title of the conference, and then I will speak to what really is the format for the event. In the title, you will see that we speak to the future. That future really is the future, I'd say, in one part of the capital markets, but also the future of our nation. And when I look at the capital market, for example, you find that the representation that we currently have is of a certain demography. The average age of investors today is about 50, 55 years old, whereas 80% of our population is 25 and below. So as we think of our business, there's that future part to it that we're looking to address and that we hope that this conference also will speak to. How do you get that belly of the Nigerian demography into the capital markets? Speaking about the nation and the future, it's very clear that there are certain challenges that the nation has and faces. Many of the people in this room in personal capacities, in sort of collective capacities, are working to solve these challenges. And one of the things that we're thinking to do with an event like this is to explore how we can look at those challenges together. So challenges around, for example, infrastructure, that's been spoken about quite a bit. Challenges around housing, for example, challenges around unemployment, challenges around even sustainability, which is really not just the talk of the moment, but actually also the right thing to do. And ultimately, we're asking how we can situate that within this, call it future of the capital market subject that we speak to. Away from that, let me speak just very quickly about how the exchange thinks about some of these challenges. We are convinced that a big part of that is around technology. So if you think about this demography that I spoke to earlier, they're all typically on their phones and on a device. They have very short attention span. So whatever you do has to be situated in there somewhere, and technology becomes extremely critical. So you would find from the exchange, and you would find as we go through the events here today, that the exchange is building on a very strong, I would say, tradition and history of technology. We're going to be building on that. For example, the exchange for close to 2 years has operated remotely, virtually. There's been no physical trading on the floor of the exchange. It speaks to a very strong consumption of technology today. So going forward, we would be looking to leverage on that to drive the capital markets, because we think that really helps you address some of the future issues there. The other bit to technology is that as a nation, the one sector that booms is technology today. We wake up every other week to a story of a technology capital raise or funding from some company. And as an exchange, we're asking how we can get ourselves also in the middle of that discourse. One of the core tenets and responsibilities of the capital market, of course, is to be able to drive capital towards innovation. And what better way to do that through the markets into that sort of tech sector. The other bit I just want to leave you with around our plans for the future also is around our drive for retail investors. We think that the capital market should be a place not just for a wealthy few or a few Lagos-based people, as some people like to throw at the exchange, but a place really to create wealth for a very wide population of Nigerians. To do that, we will be leveraging on what I will call emerging trends. Our nation, if you think about some parts of our nation's makeup, Things like Islamic financing are areas that you'd see us do a lot of work around because it fits into innovation, fits into our demography as well. And we can try to use to drive this to create a commonwealth for everybody. Finally, on the event itself, there'll be 3 panel sessions. And the way we've structured them is to first panel, just look through how can the capital markets be useful to the governments? Many of the government challenges that we have, how can we, whether it's at the federal level, at the state level, find ways to address those through the capital markets? As a result, you might find it heavy on, government and some sort of leaders within the government community. The second panel speaks to a similar question, but this time around for the private sector. How can the capital markets be useful to the challenges facing the private sector? And the third panel is that if we then agree through these 2 panels that the capital markets are useful, how can we then revive the capital markets? We'll find that a lot of that revival sits really around policy as well and advocacy. So that's really what we're looking towards. We are really indeed, as I said, grateful for not just His Excellency's presence with us. As my chairman had said earlier, it's come at very big personal sacrifice. Maybe His Excellency will speak to that later. So we really do appreciate that very much. And we do appreciate every single person in the room, all your excellencies. We look forward to a great time together, and we look forward really to a capital markets that is vibrant enough to help drive some of the collective challenges that we face. Thank you very much.
Mr. Popola. I like the fact that the exchange limited is looking to the future. I own a radio station, and my demographic is Gen Z. They're irreverent, they're sharp, they're quick, they didn't grow up really with the same kind of trainings in respect that many of you in the room grew up with. Their concept of respect is based on facts and figures. So they're ready to challenge you and call you out on anything that is not factually true or real according to the figures and their data analysis. And it's nice that the exchange is factoring that demographic into their plans for the future. Many have said the spending power is in the older generation, but from recent events that we've seen, we know that the demographic has quite a lot of money at their disposal, money they've earned through online trading, not just locally in Nigeria, but with entities abroad. So there's quite a lot of money at their disposal, and it would be nice to see that money grafted into good use in the capital market in Nigeria. Next up, we're going to try to bring back our online speakers. If this does not work, I will move on with my program, but I want to make sure we don't lose the opportunity to hear from them and draw from their well of wisdom. Let's try once more to connect with the DG, SEC, Mr. Lamido Yuguda, who's live still with us on Zoom. Please pay attention to the multimedia screens.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, sir. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. His Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, other distinguished dignitaries, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is my honor to speak at this capital market conference with the theme, the future-ready capital market, innovating for Nigeria's sustainable recovery. Please accept my apologies for not being with you physically today, owing to another national assignment requiring my attendance outside the country. First, let me congratulate and commend the Nigerian Exchange for organizing this strategic conference. The capital market of every nation plays a strategic role, not only in allocating scarce resources, but in harnessing the huge investment opportunities in agriculture, infrastructure, oil and gas, natural resources, as well as in other sectors of the economy. Nigeria, like other countries in the world experience weak growth in their economies as a result of the impact of COVID-19. The Nigerian economy is just recovering from this pandemic with a GDP growth rate of 4.03% in the third quarter of 2021 from a contraction of 6.1% in the second quarter of 2020. To sustain this trajectory, some of the negative impact of the pandemic, overcome some of the negative impact of the pandemic, and achieve the objectives of the developmental plans of the government, the capital market needs to continuously produce innovative products, platforms, and processes. Innovation plays a critical role in the development of any capital market as it increases the market's chances of reacting to changes and enables discovery of new opportunities. Specifically, technological innovations enhance the efficiency and transparency of capital markets around the world and enable financial intermediation, making it easier for investors and market professionals to identify opportunities and conduct their businesses in a timely and cost-efficient manner. The International Organization for Securities Commissions, IOSCO, acknowledges that the use of technological innovations by market operators could potentially create significant efficiencies and benefits for firms and investors, including increasing execution speed and reducing the cost of investment services. However, IOSCO also notes that this use may create or amplify certain risks, which could potentially have an impact on the efficiency of financial markets, resulting in consumer harm. As the apex body responsible for regulating and developing the Nigerian capital market, we have strengthened market regulation with the introduction of responsive rules and amendment of existing ones to mitigate some of the risks posed by technological innovations. With a three-pronged objective of regulating innovations hinged on safety, market deepening, and solution to problems, our rules are enabling, accommodating, and futuristic. They also ensure adherence to our core regulatory mandates of investor protection and market development. Furthermore, we have put mechanisms in place to understand relevant innovations, build required capacity, and subsequently deploy strategies to address them. This process is ongoing, and the Commission is deeply committed to this new phase of our capital market. To improve investors' confidence in the market and to optimally perform its investor protection mandate, the SEC has revamped its enforcement mechanism and enforced its zero tolerance against infractions. This is evidenced in our aggressive fight against unlawful investment schemes, which in recent times have plagued our financial markets. We have committed resources to enhancing the processes through fortification of our ICT infrastructure in the areas of registration, return rendition, and analytics. Given that the advent of financial technology has changed how traditional capital market activities are being conducted, the SEC has embraced fintech and as such has redefined its regulatory landscape to accommodate fintech-related capital market activities. To this end, we have developed rules on crowdfunding, robo-advisory, and digital sub-broking. In addition, we have developed a regulatory incubation framework which will be implemented in due course. To align our market with the global focus on sustainable financing, the SEC released its guidelines to the market on sustainable financing principles to guide regulated entities on how to establish relevant standards and policies for their respective organizations. While these measures put in place by the SEC create the required enabling environment for increased and improved capital market activities, there is a duty on all stakeholders to take advantage of these channels, which have been created by the Commission to spur economic growth. The ultimate duty of steering market activities is a collective one, which must be performed by all stakeholders in the Nigerian capital market. I therefore call on all stakeholders to complement the efforts of the Commission and stimulate activities within the already established framework to ensure that the Nigerian capital market improves its contribution to the nation's GDP. On behalf of the board, management and staff of the SEC, I reiterate our commitment to continue to provide the required support needed to actualize this industry-wide goal. I believe that our collective efforts will immensely improve the fortunes of the market and place us on the right track to reposition it as a world-class capital market. Once again, I'm glad to be with you today, and I congratulate the NGX Limited for organizing this conference. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamido Yuguda. We appreciate your patience with us and for also speaking so eloquently. We appreciate you. Next, I want to go to another online speaker joining us via Zoom, someone that I really regret was unable to be here physically because he's such a joy to listen to when he speaks, and he has the most remarkable fashion. His shoes are still the hottest of all any public office holder or dignitary in Nigeria. Please join me and appreciate His Highness Mohammed Sanusi II, the 14th Emir of Kano State, joining us online via Zoom. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON, SAN. Please permit me to stand on already existing protocols. Your Excellency, as you can see, I'm in a car heading to school. I'm a student now, so I still wear my shoes, but I'm trying very hard to behave like a student. Your Excellency, it gives me great pleasure to be part of this inaugural NGX Capital Markets Conference, and I apologize for not being able to be there in person. I would like to congratulate my friend and the chairman of NGX, Mr. A.B. Mahmood, and Mr. Temi Popola, CFA, for the initiative to convene this conference. This is indeed an exciting time, and I'm happy to be part of this discourse. I understand that the agenda for this event is the future-ready capital market, innovating for Nigeria's sustainable recovery, which in my view encapsulates a critical part of what we must collectively prioritize for the sustainable growth and development of our nation. The global economy is still recovering from the fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic, with health experts warning of another mutated variant of the virus, while economic recovery continues to be tepid. Despite its vast natural and human capital resources, Nigeria remains one of the poorest countries in the world, with a high proportion of people living in abject poverty. Therefore, we must rise to the challenge in a focused and determined way if we want to create prosperity for Nigerians and secure future generations. While the government continues to enact policies for sustainable recovery and long-term growth, it has become befitting to explore other opportunities within our ecosystem to complement efforts in the areas of infrastructure development, job creation, economic prosperity, increased global flows, and poverty reduction. The Nigerian capital market is critical to accelerating sustainable economic growth. Deeper and more efficient equity and debt markets can be more effective in helping to mobilize domestic savings, complementing traditional bank lending by fostering risk-taking and long-term investments. Furthermore, capital markets can protect economies from volatile fluctuations in flows and enhance financial stability. Capital markets also promote strong transparency and governance and act as an avenue for diversified sources of investment for savers and issuers of capital. While there have been milestone developments in our capital markets, there is still a lot of room for deeper collaboration with all stakeholders to pivot domestic growth. A good example of this is the public-private sector formation to cater to the housing and infrastructure deficits, projected at 59.6 trillion naira for housing and about $15 billion annually for infrastructure. Product innovation, development, and strategic alliances with the capital markets should be prioritized, as the government alone cannot afford these huge financial commitments. One way to achieve this is through PPP arrangements to attract significant private sector investment into these critical areas. One other area that the capital market can help spur further is the technology sector. A youthful population, burgeoning smartphone penetration, and a regulatory drive to increase financial inclusion are all contributing to creating the perfect environment for a thriving fintech sector. Nigeria has become one of the top fintech hubs in sub-Saharan Africa, with a handful attaining unicorn status with valuations of over $1 billion. The sector remains one of the fastest growing sectors in the country, and under the right environment, the capital markets can catalyze further growth in the sector by channeling the needed capital to drive innovation. We are witnessing an increasing pace of tech startups going abroad to raise capital, domiciling outside of Nigeria, and as a result, transferring wealth to non-Nigerians. This is happening because many of these startups believe, sometimes erroneously, that the only way they can obtain funding to drive business growth is abroad. The Nigerian capital markets can be the right platform for capital formation to create wealth for Nigerians and long-term sustainable funding for these companies. Looking ahead, the Nigerian capital markets will play an even bigger role by mobilizing more private capital towards alternative financing, such as sukuk, social investments, SMEs, green bonds and green sukuks, and other climate action projects. To sum up, the significant impact of an effective capital market cannot be overstressed. And I enjoin all stakeholders and participants of this conference to come up with innovative ideas and workable and implementable recommendations that would enhance government and private sector efforts at creating the enabling environment for businesses to thrive, considering our peculiarities as a country. I would like to again thank you for the opportunity to address you and give this goodwill message. And I wish all of you a successful deliberation. My warmest regards once more to Your Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Highness. I love technology, it makes all things possible. You've heard from our previous speakers how this meeting has not been the easiest thing to put together, to get so many busy people together and to have all of you for so long is not a small feat. And they would like to personally thank and introduce our next speaker. So to do that, please join me once more to receive Chairman, Nigerian Exchange Limited, Mr. A.B. Mahmood, S.A.N.O.O.N., as he welcomes our next speaker and probably communicates once more his appreciation for having him here. Please join me in welcoming Chairman, NGX Limited.
A very good morning, once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. We have now come to the climax of this morning's session to listen to a very distinguished personality, a man of great energy and intellect. I've seen him in more than 3 or 4 events this week alone, and I don't know how he manages it, but please join me to welcome His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Emir of Kano, S.A.N.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please sit. Please permit me to keep to the House rules by abridging my rather long protocol list. Senate President, ably represented today by the Chair of the Senate Committee on Capital Markets, distinguished Senator Ibukunle, and most members of the National Assembly, the Chair of the Governors Forum, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, and Your Excellencies, the Governors of Edo and Niger States. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen present, good morning, everyone. Mr. A.B. Mahmood, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and the Chair of the NGX, and the CEO, Mr. Temi Pokuola. Thank you very much for the kind invitation to join you at this first Capital Market Conference of the Nigerian Exchange Limited in its new shape and form. This is probably the most exciting time in the history of the capital markets in Nigeria. You've just successfully completed the demutualization process, which now fully commercializes the functions of the exchange as a corporate entity, and importantly, separating the regulatory function to prevent conflict of interest. And the NGX can now focus on its core functions of exploring new opportunities, leveraging strategic partnerships, and transacting business to deliver profit. Also, the NGX Group has very successfully listed its shares on the main board of the exchange, enabling institutional investors globally and the Nigerian public to now invest in the exchange group. And there are strong foundations to build on. The NGX being the foremost multi-asset securities exchange in Africa's largest economy. There's also much room to play and even greater potential. Your primary market has the largest concentration of young people, which opens up opportunities to replace the aging current players to which Mr. Pokuola has already alluded. Many times over, we can actually replace these are 50 to 55, 50 to 60 known investors many, many times over now with a new population of much younger people. Besides, you are now positioned to reverse the trend of declining IPOs in capital markets worldwide, with offerings that are more business-oriented and less constrained, with a much less constrained exchange, such as you have now. And so it is possible to do much more. We now have greater room for redefining the exchange for international competitiveness. This is especially so as is currently being done by you, reviewing the governance framework, and of course, the profit orientation of the exchange also means that the investors can look forward to seeing more fast-growing companies listed on the exchange. Every investor, at least all smart investors, must now be looking at how to become a part of the miracle of the Nigerian unicorns. The 5 or 6, even probably 7 now, indigenous Nigerian companies that became billion-dollar enterprises since 2015 in the midst of 2 recessions. By the way, I know, of course, that you are working on that. And the theme of this conference, the future-ready capital markets, innovating for Nigeria's sustainable recovery, I believe speaks very eloquently to all of these huge and exciting prospects. But as is the case with all exciting opportunities, they come with their own challenges. You're not functioning in a vacuum. You operate within a macroeconomic environment that is in itself challenged, and a global economy in the throes of economic convulsions such as has never been seen before, at least in the previous 3 or 4 decades. Supply chain disruptions, rising inflation, and the threat of even further lockdowns on account of the new variants of the COVID-19 virus. I think that if history is any guide, it is in the midst of uncertainties and disruptions that the new era of capital market ascendancy will be birthed. And I'm glad that the NGX understands this interpretation of local and international developments. This is apparent from your focus on the evident silver linings in all of these clouds that we're seeing. First, with the work of the growth board of the exchange, which I understand is focusing on bringing in fast-growing companies, especially by dealing with the barriers to entry to the market, including access to finance, time to market, and of course, cost of listings. The introduction of derivative products that provide more diversified opportunities for liquidity, for wealth creation, and even risk management as well as the special purpose acquisition companies that you have, which create less restrictive requirements for M&A type investments that can now be listed on the exchange. You have recognized, I think, from your strategy that this effort must be collaborative. The trade groups, the chambers of commerce, and other business associations, and of course, government, must play key and active roles. And while we're on that point, I think so far we must commend the Securities and Exchange Commission for its steady regulatory oversight in stress testing these products and interrogating the implications of introducing them before they are exposed to the investing public. But second is your strategic focus on technology. And again, the CEO has repeated that. And this is two-pronged. Technology to bring in a new crop of young investors, many of who use only their smartphones and other such devices, primarily for engaging with commerce and banking activities today. And I think you have commendably begun the journey to digital transformation of the market, following the highly successful example of the banks and of course the telcos. Today, the huge retail outlets created by the telcos with well over 100 million subscribers, and then the wide reach of banks, especially with the numerous financial inclusion initiatives that have been made within the past few years, probably put us at the most auspicious moment for digitizing the capital market to bring in millions of new young retail investors. I think it's noteworthy that you're already leveraging on your existing digital platforms, your X Factbook and the X Mobile, not just to bring in this new generation of investors, but also to enable access to data that would enhance investor decisions. The second prong of that technology drive, which I understand is being driven by the NGS Technology Board, is attracting the tech companies, the present and future tech unicorns, to the market as a viable option for raising capital. And His Royal Highness, the Emir, just referred to that. And at the same time, giving more investors the opportunity to benefit from the phenomenal growth of these companies. There's a great deal of work here to be done by the regulator, primarily to enable faster and less cumbersome access to the market for an understandably impatient class of potential investors who have other options that may be faster on the draw, especially foreign options, the opportunities for raising capital from foreign markets. But we must work gingerly to ensure that where policy may be involved, we enhance and not encumber the ability of these companies to raise capital quickly and efficiently. This, of course, will call for monitoring and mirroring successful global best practice. In the wake of the urgent imperatives and the implications of climate change, climate finance has become central to a lot of our conversations on finance and capital markets too. The federal government and the NGX have since 2017 taken the initiative of issuing the first African sovereign green bond and the first climate bond certified sovereign bond. And we became only the fourth nation in the world to do so. The value of Nigeria's green bonds market has now hit $136 million within 3 years, with 4 issuances recorded since the first issuance by the federal government, as I said, in 2017. And it continues to grow. I'm aware that in keeping with our thought leadership in this area, the NGX has already produced guidelines for sustainability reporting. That is the disclosure and communication of environmental, social, and governance goals, as well as a company's progress towards them. Sustainability reporting is mandatory for premium board-listed companies. And it's even more important, especially as we seek to attract foreign institutional investors for whom sustainability reporting is becoming a norm. In any event, the benefits of sustainability reporting are extremely useful for corporates as they improve corporate reputation, build consumer confidence, and even increase innovation. In that same rubric of socially responsible and SDG compliant investment products, we must also leverage on our experience with issuing Sukuk bonds. The Sukuk bonds are considerably deepened. They have considerably deepened our capital markets. And of course, the CEO has also referred to that. And proceeds have been particularly beneficial to us as a government in improving our sources of finance for infrastructure projects. There's a great deal of room here for bringing in many more retail investors. Also, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement offers exciting new prospects for cross-border listings and activity and the formation of long-term capital. Your brand campaign, the stock of which Africa is made of, which was well commended by Mr. President in his keynote at that launch, is not only imaginative, but is bold and focused. And I think of importance now is that the NGX must work with all of our AFCTA negotiators, especially as we progress towards setting the rules in the service sector. And I think that this is particularly important. The NGX must see itself as a critical player, even in the negotiations now of the AFCTA. We're at a point where we're looking now at negotiating service rules. We've looked at rules of origin already. So this is the time to come into play, along with government negotiators, to get the very best deals possible from all our partners all over Africa. I've spoken earlier of the role of the macroeconomic environment and, of course, the regulatory regime in realizing the huge opportunities we now have in the capital markets. But this issue is crucial. Government policy and action are important, and there's no way of overemphasizing that. The NGX in 2020 was the highest performing exchange, we're told, with a return of 50% on the all-share index when compared with 98 other exchanges tracked globally by Bloomberg. Yet in 2021, so far, the exchange has experienced a significant withdrawal of foreign participation, as well as domestic institutional participation, leading to a meager year-to-date performance of something in the order of about 7.65%. To correct this and usher in the return of foreign domestic institutional participation, I must say that it is clear that government, and I believe that all of government agencies and regulators in our financial system, such as the central bank, the SEC, PENCOM, among other key stakeholders, realize that we must work with the NGX to ensure that the excessive risk premium within the market is abated and that foreign investors are reassured of foreign exchange mechanisms and other regulations that will enable them to channel their resources in and take their resources out with the least possible constraints. This government has shown its commitment, and I believe that that is evident. We've shown our commitment to working with the NGX and to working with the capital markets, especially, of course, with the signing of the demutualization bill into law in 2018. And so the point of a reassuring business environment for foreign and local investors is not lost on us as a government. Indeed, our medium-term national development plan, which was officially approved by the Federal Executive Council 2 Wednesdays ago, contain a robust policy planning attempt at achieving fast and sustainable growth. The objectives of the plan include establishing a strong foundation for a diversified economy, investing in critical infrastructure, enabling human capital development, and improving governance and strengthening security. It envisages that the economy will grow from about 3% this year, rising to about 6.33% in 2025. The key, of course, is in the implementation. As I say, the devil is in the details. In this case, the devil obviously is in implementation, and we must ensure that we exercise this devil. Now, we have a range of measures in the implementation. And of course, this range of measures include the fiscal, monetary, and trade measures. The new plan envisages an investment commitment of 348 trillion over the plan period. Government at all levels is expected to come up with 49.7 trillion naira, or about 14% of that, while the private sector is expected to invest 298 trillion, or about 86%. So the role of the private sector is clear, is quite evident. The capital market will undoubtedly have a key role to play in mobilizing these resources. Next year, the federal government will further strengthen the frameworks for concessions and public-private partnerships, especially as they relate to infrastructure. The implementation of capital projects will also be further enhanced by the new Infraco, the 15 trillion infrastructure fund being set up in partnership with the private sector. Infraco will certainly help to bridge the significant portion of the infrastructure gaps. Again, the recent passage of the PIA, the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, and consequently the incorporation of the NNPC itself should result in rationalization of expenditure, as well as increased investments and improved output in the oil and gas industry. But also, if the NNPC makes good its plans to be listed, this will not only deepen the markets hugely, but will also enhance its own governance framework. So we certainly look forward to the NNPC fulfilling its promise of being listed within the next year or two. Let me conclude by reiterating the federal government's commitment to partnership with the NGX. In any event, I do not think that neither of us or either of us has a choice. The capital markets do not have a choice. The government also will not have a choice. We need the capital markets for the economy, and of course, the capital markets needs a thriving economy for its own growth. So we expect that there will be much more consultation as we go forward. And of course, we hope that all the regulatory authorities will be joining in these consultations. I think that we have an absolutely incredible opportunity now to advance our capital markets, not just locally, but globally. Thank you very much for listening.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. I'm going to crave your indulgence, sir. We would like to seize a photo opportunity with you. As we say in this generation, if we have something happen and it doesn't show up on Instagram, then it didn't really happen. So to ratify your presence here at this particular conference, I'm going to ask for a certain number of photos to be taken, starting, and please, you may take up your seats while we take these photos. Thank you so much. And please bear with me, I'm going to be calling you in batches so that we don't have any chaos and we don't make the gentlemen involved with security nervous. We'll start by inviting to flank the VP. Please welcome Chairman A.B. Mahmood to join on the stage. Please put your hands together as he comes. I'd like to also ask our CEO, Temi Pokwala, to join us. And then I'd like to ask, thank you. I'd like to also ask to join us the chairman of this event. Please welcome Alhaji Abdul Samad Rabiu, CON, to please join us as well. You can join us on the right of Mr. A.B. Mahmood. Okay. Thank you. I'll try to keep the pictures as small as possible so we don't lose anyone from the frame. I will also ask to join this photo, His Excellency, please make welcome the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN-GCON. I'd like to also ask Executive Governor of Ekiti State and the Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, His Excellency Dr. Kade Fayami, who snuck in. We acknowledged you at the start, but it's good to have you with us here, so please join us as well on this side. Thank you, sir. Gentlemen of the press, we're going to do several photos. So once you're done with this one, if you guys give me some thumbs up, I'm going to ask a few other governors to join us, but I don't want to lose anybody from the frame. If we make the picture too wide, we don't get everyone. I think I'm going to have to move this out of the way. Okay. Next, I'd like to invite two gentlemen who have been a crucial part of the journey of the Nigerian Exchange Group. You can't tell the story of the exchange in Nigeria without hearing their names repeatedly for their successes and their many endeavors. Please join me and welcome the chairman of the group, suave, debonair gentleman that I happen to like a lot. Please put your hands together. She'll make welcome. Otumba Agumba Jesse comes to join this photo. Also join me and welcome another man whose name, even if you have not met him, you could not have gone through Nigeria as a responsible Nigerian without having seen his name in the press or heard of him. Please welcome Mr. Oscar N. Onyema, OON, I believe, as he comes to join the photo. I'd like to, okay, gentlemen, please remain where you are. I'm trying to grow this photo. Please welcome my governor, ladies and gentlemen, the man who's doing miracles in Edo State and putting everybody to work. Rumor has it, if he's driving to work and he sees you on the side of the road, he'll give you a job. Like nobody is idle again in my state because of him. Put your hands together for His Excellency, Gordon Obaseki, who has refused for anybody to be idle. Well done, sir. It's good to see you. Pressman, if I add people to this photo, can you still get everybody or should I break it? Okay. All right. I want to add the ministers present. Can I please make welcome the minister, Dr. Zainab Ahmed. I'd like to ask all the governors present to please join. Pressman, I know you said break it, but try for me if you can get it at an angle. If you can't, I'll do something else later, but I want all the governors in one photo if you don't mind. Please make welcome the Minister for Finance, Budget and National Planning, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, as she has joined us. She was with a meeting, in a presidential meeting, and could not be here earlier, but as a really responsible Nigerian, she had notified us earlier that she would be joining us late. Please put your hands together for her. The Honorable Minister for Finance, Budget and National Planning. Please, hold on, Pressman. I need to include the Senate President, ably represented by Senator Ibikunle Amosu. Please move back so you catch that properly, so you get his hat properly in the photo. Good to have you with us, sir. After this photo, I will relieve everyone who's not NGX and not the vice president, and then I will invite the board members of the NGX group of families to join us. But that will be in a moment. But before then, please, joining this photo as well, Chairman, House Committee on Capital Markets, Right Honorable Ibrahim Babangida. Thank you, sir. I can see the pressman frowning at me. Don't be annoyed. I know the picture is getting wider. Sorry, it's just, you know, it's crucial. It's crucial. Thank you. Tell me when you're good so that I can call the next photo. Signal, just thumbs up or something. Are we happy, Pressman? All right, thank you. I'd like to relieve everyone, with the exception of His Excellency, the Vice President, then the members of the NGX family. Please wait behind. All our governors, thank you so much. Please don't leave. We're calling your plenary session very, very shortly. Honorable Minister, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. Yes, I'd like to welcome the members of the board of the NGX group of families. If I could have the chairpersons and CEOs closest to the inside, while other board members flank. I'm sure I saw a Honsi here earlier. A few other board members. Let me move this out of the photo lest they think I'm among. I know this is a very difficult photo for you to get because of how wide it is, but everyone on this stage has a phenomenal story of success behind them, whether it's from NDX Limited, whether it's from the real estate regulation. These people are making moves and leaps and bounds, and we just have to have that photo. So please try. And since I have everyone standing, I would like to ask everyone else in the hall without moving forward. I think we still have a few board members that haven't joined this photo. I see them making their way to the front. Please join the photo quickly. Mr. Onigbe. He's joining the photo. Sorry, all right. We have 2 seconds left of this photo before we move to the next item on our agenda. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask that you all please stand. We're not leaving, we're not going anywhere, but we'd like to ask that everyone please stand as we take the national anthem. Thank you all. You may take up your seats. Please put your hands together for our lovely country, ladies and gentlemen, and also for His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who has attended this meeting at great cost to himself, purely because of his belief in the capital market, Nigeria's financial market, the money market, the real market, and where it all comes together, the capital market. We're not going to a break, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start a panel discussion that involves several of our governors, the CEO. So we'd like to ask that you please remain in your seats. We're about to start that panel session right now, but we want to allow for the Vice President to make his exit. As I said, we'll start shortly with our plenary session. We'd like to ask everyone to please remain behind. We're about to start the plenary session involving our governors, the Honorable Minister of Finance, and quite a few dignitaries speaking to the topic at hand. session is going to involve the State Governor, His Excellency Dr. Khairul Fahmy, the Executive Governor of Soka States, Right Honorable Aminu Tambaro, Executive Governor Edo State as well, His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, His Excellency the Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El Rufai. We were afraid she wouldn't make it, but she kept her word. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning is going to be a part of the next plenary session, or our first plenary session. Dr. Zainab Ahmed. Also, we'll have, as a part of that particular plenary session, the CEO of Nigerian Sovereign Investment Trust, Investment Authority, NSIA, Mr. Uche Oji, and of course the CEO of Nigerian Exchange Limited, Mr. Temi Popo Ola. That's going to happen very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, so please stay with us. We're just doing final checks before we fill up our speakers.
Yeah, check 2. Yeah, 2.
While they're doing final checks, I'd like to ask that the tech people, our technologists, please make sure that you have our first presenter's presentation ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask that everyone please take up their seats. We'd like to move on with our program. I'd like to ask everyone to please take up their seats. We would like to continue with our program. Gentlemen of the press, this is going to be a panel session, and it's a serious topic, but it's a discussion. So I'm going to ask that we don't obstruct the view of the people who will be watching this. At some point, they will take questions and they have to see who will be questioning. I'm waiting for you to settle down, ladies and gentlemen. Waiting for you to settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, please take up your seats. Before we call our discussants, we want to make sure that everyone is in position. Gentlemen standing in the middle, if you will take up your seats as well. Thank you. Gentlemen standing in the middle, we're waiting on you. We're waiting on you to please take up your seats. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate it. Okay, I'd like to move on with our program, which will be to begin our first plenary session, right? But before we do that, do we have MTN represented here as it now? Okay. All right, I just wanted to be sure before calling you up. Before we start the panel, because some of the matters that will be discussed will speak to what he will be coming to speak about, which is the capital market impact of MTN Nigeria's public offer. I'd like to invite CEO MTN Nigeria, Mr. Carl Toriola, to come and speak and give a few remarks. Please welcome him as he comes. Forgive the mess, I just wanted to be sure that everyone can see him clearly. Tech people, if you would help us to put up the presentation, we'd be very grateful.
All right, I think I have audio now. Good afternoon to everyone. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Zainab Ahmed, His Excellency the Governor of Ekiti State, Governor Fayemi, His Excellency the Governor of Edo State, Governor Obaseki, my distinguished director, my distinguished Silk, A.B. Mahmoud, a member of the board of MTN Nigeria, the entire board of the NGX. Apologies if I don't recognize the names individually. I'm still getting up to speed on some of that. My brother, my friend, and fellow alumni of Great Ife, Oscar. Good afternoon. Also my alumni, Tinu, and my big brother that I was thoroughly embarrassed and recognize every time I see him, Aswe Igudalo, and greetings to everyone else who I might have missed out, and my apologies. I have a presentation to make, but if it's not projected, I'll talk through my key message, which I'd like to deliver on behalf of MTN Nigeria PLC. We are unashamedly trying to Nigerianize the identity of MTN Nigeria, and part of the strategy in doing that is to partner very closely with NGX to really ensure that we drive retail participation in shareholding across Nigeria and use the technologies that we have to do so. So I'll speak to that, but I'll come to that a little bit after I speak about MTN Nigeria as a whole. With over 68 million subscribers, we're connecting Nigerians and each other with a world of people, ideas, opportunities, and hope. Our belief is that everyone deserves the benefits of a modern connected life. And a modern connected life actually goes a lot more than traditional telecommunications. Shareholding, trading of shares, stocks, investment instruments, etc., is a part of that as well. Our values define what is important to us and guide our conduct and inform our actions. Our values are leadership, innovation,
relationships, can-do, and integrity. And our strategic intent is to drive leading digital solutions for Nigeria's progress. We're the leading operator in Nigeria with over 50% market share and the largest listed company by revenue. Dangote remains the largest by market cap. We're the second largest by market cap, and we're very proud to have received AAA rating by CGR earlier on this year. MTN Group currently holds just below 79% stake in MTN Nigeria, and we plan to progressively reduce this stake to about 65% over the next 12 to 18 months. And thankfully, I've been told I can announce that we just got the STC approval for the retail part of the offer. We had closed the institutional book build for that. The pricing will be made known at a press conference which we held later today. There are 575 million shares offered for sale in the series one of this offer. That's one of three offers that are coming to the market. In terms of MTN Nigeria as a whole, we have 65.7 million subscribers, 33.2 million data subscribers, 6.6 million active mobile money subscribers, and 5.8 million digital subscribers. With 69.2% 4G coverage, we believe we're the leading operator providing broadband on 4G in the country. But where you don't have 4G, we cover 81.7% of the population with 3G, and 89.4% of the country is still covered with 2G services. But that also suggests that we still have a way to go to provide connectivity to approximately 10.6% of the population, which also suggests that there's growth in this business. We have 49.1% data penetration and 48.7% smartphone penetration, and we believe there's an exciting opportunity in data, digital, and where we can support the Central Bank of Nigeria in accelerating financial inclusion in this country. We're also very proud that we believe, or we know we have the largest fiber network with over 30,000 kilometers of fiber spread across the country. We benefit from strong and unmatched expertise, both local and international, and we're very, very proud of our Nigerian identity and contribution to MTN Group. There is no MTN Group without MTN Nigeria, and there's no MTN Nigeria without MTN Group. And if my slides would be projected, I'm not sure they will be, you will see that in the executive committee, we are actually primarily Nigerian. There are two expatriates who contribute a significant amount of value, and 99.8% of our staff complement are actually Nigerians. So we've developed this organization for Nigerians, and we've exported a significant number of very, very senior people to MTN Group, including the CEO of MTN Benin, our group executive in charge of regulatory in group, and the group head of strategy, Chika Ikeji, is also Nigerian, and there's a host of other people. We've built what we think is the largest distribution network and partner ecosystem in Nigeria. And all of this rides off a very strong bedrock of corporate governance. And so we have 12 non-executive, or combination of non-executive and executive directors in the board, including the learned silk, A.B. Mahmood, who is the president of the stock exchange, and seasoned corporate governance, risk management, legal experts and luminaries. Of course, our chairman is Dr. Ernest Ndukwe, OFR, former executive vice chairman of the NCC, but we ensured, in line with corporate governance rules, he spent quite a bit of time after leaving that position before he joined us on the board. The likes of Dr. Mobala Johnson, Dr. Ifweko Moigui, and a host of group executives, including the group CEO, group CFO, and group COO and CTO on the board. I can't mention all the board directors one by one, but we do believe that we have some of the best, we sincerely believe that we have probably the best board that you can assemble in Nigeria to govern such a large institution. Part of our sustainability program includes creating shared value across the ecosystem, and that shared value in Nigeria is tremendously important. So over the lifespan of MTN Nigeria, we've paid over 2.9 trillion naira in taxes and levies to the government since inception. 3.2 trillion naira has been invested in capital. We've invested over 22 billion naira through MTN Foundation and touched the lives of 19 million Nigerians through various initiatives, including health, child education, and female empowerment. We have created value for shareholders by consistent dividend payment over the years. And vendors in our ecosystem have earned over 3.9 trillion naira. Our airtime retailers specifically have earned over 560 billion naira. We have over 2.4 million active retailers, and that's indirect employment that we believe we contribute to, and over 2,700 local suppliers that we support. In fact, it's a principle of ours that where we can, we use local suppliers and we develop that ecosystem to really ensure that we're giving back to the environment that has enabled us to operate over the past few years. We've recently, through the approval of the board, announced several initiatives to deepen our contribution to society, and that includes the participation in the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme. We thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for this. We've committed to building an iconoclastic state-of-the-art head office in Lagos. And as I've mentioned, we are broadening our ownership in this business, really to share the value and the growth that we see ahead of us. You can research the performance of MTN since we listed. It was a listing by introduction on the stock exchange, and we believe, at least in terms of capital appreciation, we've provided an opportunity for shareholders to really realize some appreciation in that space. But we believe that there's a lot more to do that we can do jointly with the NGX to really accelerate and deepen stock market activity and broaden that across a much larger share of Nigerians. So our intention in this secondary offer that we're putting out is to really get up to 2 million active retail shareholders of MTN, and through that really increase the intensity of activity on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, or the NGX. So before I speak to probably what's my final slide, I know we are conscious of time. I do want to give a special thanks to Temi Popola. As I mentioned, we've just announced the approval of our retail offer to the stock market. And I cannot tell you the number of times that Temi has proactively engaged me, called me at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 6 a.m. when he's leaving the SEC together with Chapel Hill Denham. And I'm not going to embarrass my non-executive director by telling him exactly how much he's done for me as well, but I did that thoroughly on our board chat group. So I also want to thank him deeply. We have a plan, and I think we're going to communicate that to the market later today, of a partnership where you can use the technological capabilities and the distribution capabilities of MTN, the evolution of fintechs across Nigeria, and of course the expertise, the governance of the NGX to really work together towards transforming how investments and shares are traded in Nigeria. So we'll speak to that later, but once again, thank you very much to the two of you. And the entire team in the NGX as well. Why do we want to participate in this retail offer so aggressively? We want to capture the youth segment of the Nigerian population. Anything that's not investing in the youth is inevitably going to die at some point in time. So we really want to be a part of this. As I've said, we want to broaden retail participation in Nigeria capital markets. We want to work with the regulators, the SEC and the NGX, to remove the friction in transaction processing and settlement, including all the KYC requirements. And we want to create a platform of innovation and wealth for Nigerians. So that's our objective in this partnership and in listing. And I'm sure with the two teams working together, we're going to see through with that. This is the first ever digital offering in the history of Nigerian capital markets, championed by the NGX. And we will be unlocking retail participation, and we'll be bringing stock trade and investments to a wider demographic. And this ability and the strength of the NGX will enable this transaction. So conscious of time, thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, Your Excellencies, and all the people who have participated in this. And we really appreciate the opportunity to work with the NGX, and you can count on our continuous support, and we'll make something really amazing happen together as a partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalatoriola. I apologize that we don't have more time available. Well, it's time for our first panel. We're very honored to have, let me move this out of the way. This is one of those times that if you didn't go to the gym, you embarrass yourself in public. All right. It's time for our first plenary session, and we have a speaker that is joining us online first to deliver a quick paper, just for about 3 minutes or so. Please make welcome Chief Economist at Renaissance Capital, RenCap, Mr. Charlie Robertson, who is our lead presenter. While he makes his way, while he comes up online, I would like to invite our panelists. Please welcome the anchor for this segment, a man who is formidable at everything finance. At the same time, he has a legal mind, so you can't play him. His mind is astute. Please make welcome the panel anchor, Dr. Shamsuddin, as he comes to bring the thoughts together of all our discussants. Dr. Shamsuddin Usman, CON-OFR, CEO, Sussman and Associates. He's going to be centering the discussion. I'd also like to welcome our panelists as they join us on the stage. Please make welcome the Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum, the Governor of Ekiti State, His Excellency, Dr. Kayode Fayemi. Also join us to welcome my governor, the Governor of Edo State, His Excellency, Mr. Godwin Obaseki. This panel would not be complete without, I should actually have called her first, the mind of this next speaker, which we will tap from. Please join me and welcome Dr. Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning. Good to have her with us. She was very, very heavily engaged this morning by the presidency, but she promised that she would make it. But you know how it is, you never know whether she'll be able to make it out in time, but she kept her word and she came in spite of all her other engagements. So please join me and appreciate her one more time, the Honorable Minister. Also joining us, we have Mr. Temi Popola, CFA holder, the CEO of Nigerian Exchange Limited. Please put your hands together for him. I don't know, I have 3 more people joining this panel. I'm not sure if he is here. Mr. Uche Orji, CEO of Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority. Yes, please put your hands together for him, the NSIA CEO, Mr. Uche Orji, joining us on the panel. 2 other discussants are joining online. They're currently trying to secure them. We have the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, His Excellency Malam Nasir El-Rufai. Also joining us online will be the Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Right Honorable Aminu Tambuwal. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, please lend your attention to the multimedia screens for our lead presenter, Mr. Charlie Robertson. One more time, Chief Economist at Renaissance Capital.
Hi, hopefully you can all hear me. It's a huge honor to be presenting here. Thank you very, very much. I've missed Nigeria. This is the longest period I've been since I came last year. And I also just miss seeing people. I miss parties. I miss all of the social life. I have to say, while I miss them, my wife is always slightly terrified about my excitement about going to parties, because she says, so often I put my foot in it and say the wrong thing. So I really appreciate Temi Popula inviting me. If I put my foot in it, it's just because he hasn't met my wife before and hasn't had the warning about the things I might say. So I hope I get this right, and I don't cause too many controversies in this presentation. About 10 years ago at Renaissance Capital, we did a book outlining the opportunities in Nigeria, the fastest billion, and we talked about what we felt the world wasn't seeing. What I've spent the last 3-4 years focusing on is the continuing challenges in Asia, Latin America to some extent, and Africa that have helped countries start to industrialize and accelerate high growth. And the key message, which will come out in this book in the next few months, is to do with savings. And I'd like to talk you through those now, because what it helps explain is why the capital markets are so essential for Nigeria. I mean, Nigeria is Africa. In the eyes of many global investors, not only the biggest economy, the biggest population, oil exporter and all the rest, but we do have issues. The issue that oil produces roughly $1 a day. For most Nigerians isn't enough to bring great wealth. It's a young country, which is fantastically helpful at one level when we have COVID, but also a challenge when it comes to savings. And I'm going to get to that in a second. And when a country hasn't got enough savings, interest rates tend to be high, and therefore the cost of investment tends to be high. So the question then is, where do the savings come from? How can you get savings into an economy? The youth issue, but it's dramatic, I think, to look at the median age in Nigeria of 16. One of my daughters is about to be 16, and she's got no savings. That I had no savings when I was 16. As you get older, as countries get older, savings go up dramatically. Japan has had negative interest rates now for years, and that reflects what an aging society it is. So youth has its advantages, but it also means we have a shortage of savings. Can commodities make the difference? Well, as I've already hinted, probably not for Nigeria. If you're Botswana and you have a huge amount of diamonds per capita, then your exports are $2,000 or $3,000 a head a year. In Nigeria, to get to Botswana's level of exports per person, we'd have to see the oil price at $400 a barrel, and that is global recession talk, so that's never going to happen. I've been using this graph for many years, highlighting exports per 1,000 people, how many barrels of oil get exported per 1,000 people, and the Gulf countries are lucky. Huge amount of oil, not many people, and they have hundreds of barrels of oil export every day. And Nigeria on the right-hand side is around 7. So oil commodities are not going to do it. What will make Nigeria rich? The most important thing is its people. It's increasingly well-educated people. This is my badly drawn map of Africa. Each box is 1 million people. The green is when your adult literacy rate in any language is over 70%. A dark green is when it's over 80%. And that's what countries need to industrialize. And the great news for much of the continent is we're seeing that, and indeed for many states in Nigeria too. If you've got an adult literacy rate below 40%, that's the countries in gray, you tend to get civil disorder, civil war, or coups. And we've seen coups in Mali, Chad, and Guinea just this year, which fit with that. But the overall story is one of improvement. Human capital is getting better and better, and it's got better dramatically in the last 60 or 70 years. How important is this? Well, if we go back to 1950, the column on the left-hand side, this is the percentage of people who could read or write in any language. Mauritius comes out top of these countries, and it comes out top for per capita GDP today. So we know that the better education numbers in Nigeria already give us a better future. That's not in doubt. What we do have a problem with, though, is infrastructure, is investment, is electricity in this map. So this is a map, again, by population, but now colored by electricity. And when we have too little, which is the gray, we don't have enough power to create industrialization. And I've been thinking about this for years now. Why? Why are these countries in the top right? There's a few countries in Asia I throw in as well. It's Bangladesh and Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Vietnam. They've all got sufficient power. And North Africa does, but why not Nigeria or Kenya? And I think the first problem is to do with there's not enough cash in the banks. There's not actually enough savings in the economy. If we look at bank lending in Nigeria, it's been around 20% of GDP for about 15 years. There was a pop-up in 07, 08 when oil prices were really high. That does help, but it's not producing the savings we need. But countries elsewhere in Africa do have them. Mauritius, Morocco, Tunisia, and they have the electricity that comes from those savings. And the work that's going to show up in this book, and most of the longest chapter is all about this because it's hard to, it took me a while to believe it. It's fertility rates. There was a study on China that said that over half of the increase in savings, household savings in China, have come from the fertility rate dropping from 6 kids per woman on average to, well, under 3 already by 1980. And it wasn't just the one-child policy. No one should be supporting that. So this fall in the fertility rate means that when you've got 6 kids, you haven't got money at the end of the week to put into a bank or to save, even to invest in MTN shares, unfortunately. So what we need to see is fertility rates coming down. And when they've come down, like Morocco has, bank deposits go up. In fact, I can show you the data for all of the world, and the countries with the most deposits on the top left-hand corner of that chart, you probably can't read all those dots. Hong Kong, Luxembourg, Japan, some of the oldest countries in the world have the highest savings. The youngest countries, the ones with the high fertility, have the low savings. And those blue columns you might be able to see on the top right, Nigeria is there at about 5-6 kids per woman on average. Bank deposits at this level are normally about 20% of GDP, as they are in Nigeria. But to get to that rocketing jump, we need to see 2 to 3 children. Now that's not going to happen overnight. But what it explains then is why interest rates in some parts of Africa are as low as Asia, even lower than Asia. Actually, Mauritius and Morocco have lower interest rates than China. And China's got so many savings, they've been throwing them at anyone in the last 5-10 years. But elsewhere in sub-Sahara, including Nigeria, interest rates are high. That means investment's expensive. So how can we get the savings into Nigeria when domestic savings are low? Oh, and I need to just point out one more thing, which is that when the ratio of adults to children is about 1-for-1, which is the story in Nigeria today, roughly 100 million kids, a little over 100 million adults, growth per capita tends to be about 1.4%. Countries boom when they start to age. And when they age too much, like Japan, you stop growing again. But Nigeria is 100 years away from that. The really fast growth is when you start to get 2 adults or 2.5 adults per child. So the really good growth comes because there's a higher proportion of the population can work, because more of them are adults, but also because the savings have gone up because the country's getting older. And Nigeria's not going to have that for a while. Well, the United Nations says, and I really hope they're wrong, and the reason I'm writing this book is to try and make them wrong. They reckon that the fertility rate in Nigeria is not going to go below 3 kids per woman until 2060. Now that's saying we've got another 40 years of a lack of savings. I don't think that's necessary. We don't have to see that. But it's certainly true that in the 2020s, there's not enough savings. It's too late to change the demographics for this decade. So where can savings for growth come from? Domestic profits. You can do that. MTN's making profit. This is exactly what we want to see. Companies reinvesting their profits. Trouble is, when that's the only savings pool you've got, it's really slow growth. It's what the UK did. And no one should be trying to copy what the UK did. It took us 100 years to start to escape from poverty. We grew at 1 to 2% a year per capita. Everybody should be aiming to be a China, which grew at 6, 7, 8% per capita. Vietnam, 4 or 5%. So that's helpful, but it's not enough. Government spending, there's limits, as I'm sure the finance minister will explain. There isn't all the money in the world in low-income countries. So that's not an easy option. Foreign direct investment, very helpful. And that'll play a role. But I feel that the country needs to do all it can to bring foreign money also into the debt markets, ideally domestic debt markets, so it doesn't carry an FX risk for Nigeria, and equity markets, because that doesn't even carry a debt risk for Nigeria. If you can get more foreign money into equity markets, you have that pool of cheap financing. And I promise I'm not too far away from ending, but the story today is, of course, you can borrow from abroad. The blue line here is showing you Japanese interest rates for the last 30 years, and they're negative. Germany in red is copying Japan. There's a lag on the data. I think we're going to see really low rates in Germany forever. And America tends to be fairly low borrowing costs too, because Germans and Japanese just put money into America if the yields go up too much. So my guess is US Treasury yields stay up under 2, I hope, maybe 2.5 in the next 10 years. And when that happens, of course, people say, where can I get more yield? And foreigners have been throwing money at emerging markets. It used to cost Brazil, Russia, 12% a year in dollars 20 years ago to borrow money, 6% 10 years ago, now 4%. And these investors are saying, well, even 4% is not great for emerging markets. So where else can I lend? And they are lending to Africa. This is a set of countries showing you from 2015 to now. Eurobond issuance in Nigeria has gone from $5 billion to $20 billion. Do it. Makes sense. Borrow that capital from abroad when it's relatively cheap. I think that's a good idea. But there are limits. If we look at government debt, it's 500% of revenues in Nigeria. And that's not as bad as Zambia, but Zambia's just defaulted. And it's not as bad as Ethiopia, but they've defaulted too. So we're getting towards the limits. Now, I don't think we're there yet. If we look at interest payments, and I use total revenues for these charts, but this is interest payments to revenues or interest payments to GDP. Nigeria doesn't look too bad. It's got room to borrow more. This is typical economists. We give you the same set of data, show it in different ways, and it tells you two completely different messages. It's when the message is all the same from all the charts, that's when it's dangerous. We're not there yet. And then we look at external debt. And Nigeria is on the right-hand side here. It's gone up a lot, but relative to many other countries on the continent, actually, Nigeria can borrow more externally. So some dollar debt is part of the answer. I'm not denying that, but it's not going to last. It's not sustainable forever. So then we have the issue of the currency. One of the other ways to get capital into a country is through a current account surplus. And in the middle of this overly complicated table, I'm sorry, is the IMF forecast saying we're going to run deficits into next year.
Do you know where we are now in the program?
We are still in Charlie Robinson speaking, if everyone can hear all the voices. The point of this complicated table is to show that both my model in London of 548 for the fair value for the currency says it's too strong. Yvonne's model, this is our Africa economist based in Johannesburg, she's got a model which says fair value is 451. I'm given the choice between trusting someone like me or an African woman. Always trust the woman. And actually I do at the moment, because her model is premised on about $80 oil. But this is basically the message here, is that the currency is a bit too strong. And foreigners at the moment, as you know, are being deterred from coming into the market by the problem of getting money out. So I'm going to finish on this slide. Nigeria's choices. The domestic savings from a lower fertility rate, that's not going to happen in the 2020s. It's too late to make a change there. We can hope for a massive boom in the oil price that will produce a current account surplus, but that's not in Nigeria's control. We could have a cheaper currency policy to produce a current account surplus. That's not the policy choice being taken at the moment. You can borrow more money, and I'm sure Nigeria will in the next 2 years, to try and produce the cheap, relatively low cost borrowing for investment. And I think that that's going to happen, and that will help. That will help produce some growth. Foreign investment, though, is essential. And I would personally argue strongly in favor of trying to keep that in local currency in the longer run, and as much as possible into equities. And this is where the capital markets, I think, are not just essential for Nigeria, but they're one of the only choices that Nigeria can make, is to try and get that inflow via the capital markets. Thank you very much. And I do apologize if I've overstepped the mark anywhere. Again, an honor to speak with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robertson. I think I speak on behalf of a lot of Nigerians to say that concerning the fertility rate, we've discovered one of the things that will really help is a contraceptive called school fees. So I'm pretty sure that Nigerians are going to stick below 2 kids per person as we go forward. School fees has changed our lives. Now it's time to move into our first panel discussion. I would just like to make a quick note. Immediately after our first panel discussion, we're going to move directly into our second panel discussion. There will be no break in transmission. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as he anchors this discussion one more time. Dr. Shamsuddin Usman, CON, OFR, CEO, Sussman and Associates.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm supposed to be making a few comments to start the session and a few comments to end. To save time, because we've lost a lot of time, I will not make any comments at the beginning. I will try and make some concluding comments. So I would like to just go straight to the panel discussion, starting with the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Zainab Ahmed. And the reason I'm doing that is, as Finance Minister, she's actually not only the topmost in charge of the economy, but she's also the topmost authority of the capital market. So, Honorable Minister, the government has gotten a bit of notoriety in terms of whenever there is a challenge in financing, we run to borrow foreign borrowing, both bilateral and multilateral. We go to the Euro bond market. We resort to ways and means. So the softer options. Okay, recently you have tested the sukuk, which is in the domestic market, and it has proven to be very successful. But I think the question that has been asked, the issue raised by the Vice President, by Charles Robinson presentation is, what are the constraints that have hindered the government from exploring the opportunities of the domestic capital market? And what steps are you taking to remove those constraints and make greater use of that market?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Shamsuddin Osman, and also let me commend the presenter. That's an excellent presentation. I do hope we can get copies to look at it very closely. And I must say that the borrowing that the federal government has been doing is not borrowing that is unplanned. It's actually planned and is guided by a debt management strategy, which we put in place for 4 years cycle, and we've just started the current one. So we make sure that we follow the debt management strategy, which is a combination of a number of things, having a specific average tenor of the whole portfolio, having a set mix of domestic and foreign borrowing, even in the external borrowing, having a mix of concessionary borrowing as well as commercial borrowing. So it's not a knee-jerk reaction, it's planned. And the plan is followed and supervised by the Debt Management Board that is chaired by His Excellency the Vice President. We do have a debt level that is currently sustainable, but we are also very conscious of the fact that we are stretching hard because our revenues are not at the levels that we hope we are pushing them to be. We currently have a revenue to GDP ratio of about 8 to 9%. Our target is to be able to get to at least 15%. That will be the healthy threshold that we will be servicing our debts without too much strain. But having said that, I must say that the fact that we've been able to service our debts, both domestic and external, and we have not failed in any debt service, shows that we are actually very much on course and tracking. And we are also engaging with the capital market participants. The capital market had done a capital market master plan, and we had asked the capital market participants to support us by fashioning out savings policy, and work has been completed. Excellent work that has been done. So I'm glad that the NGX and MTN has kicked up a component of the recommendation of that policy of retail investment. This is an action to make investing in the capital market seamless and easier, and also give as many Nigerians as possible the opportunity to invest in the capital market using a digital platform without having to go and find a broker and fill forms and go back and forth. So that will drive investments. The government on its part also has set up a number of measures to ensure savings on a continuous basis. So one of it is the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, the CEO is here. I'm sure he will speak to what they are doing. But we've also set up a poverty investment fund and a crisis investment fund. We have a number of special funds like the Natural Resource Development Fund. Those are all savings instruments. When we had the COVID-19 pandemic, we were able to go into some of the special savings and take a 500 billion naira that was infused directly into the economy to support the implementation of the economic sustainability. Our weakest link today still remains the level of revenues that we're able to generate, but even that is improving on an ongoing basis. Today, we can say that some of the efforts that the administration has focused on increasing non-oil revenues are working, to the extent that as of September, our non-oil revenue performance is about 117% of the prorated target, which means we're actually even exceeding the targets that we have set for ourselves, and we're stretching those targets more also in 2022 to 2025. We've also just got approval for the new national development plan, and we had a lot of inputs from the capital market participants in this. We're looking at how to continuously support investments to attract more equity into the capital market. We've used the instruments of Finance Bills 2019 and 2020, and also currently the 2022 Finance Bill, to ensure that to provide incentives that foreign investments, when they come, actually stay for much longer periods, not just taking advantage of the market, which can have very handsome yields, but coming to stay at least for some reasonable period of time. And if they exit early, there's a cost to doing that. So we'll continue to work with the capital market participants to deepen the market, to take advantage of opportunities that are in the domestic market, so that more investment and patient capital.
I would like to probably build on that, your cooperation with the capital market authorities, to say that during the global financial crisis in 2008, 2009, I was the Minister of Finance. Yes, it was a crisis at that time. What we had to do to face the crisis and to limit its impact on both the domestic economy and the capital market was we set up a very powerful team on the government side, led by the Vice President at the time, I think, who became President Jonathan, who became President later, with 6 governors one from each zone, key ministers, and so on. And I remember on behalf of that committee, I had to go to Lagos a couple of times to interact with the capital market authorities. Now, the VP in his presentation today also talked about cooperation with the capital market. How are we going to create this partnership? I would like to suggest that what you need, we had that kind of team that time to address an emergency. And I think we are still in that emergency. So can you consider the possibility of setting up such a team involving this time, not only the government side, but key participants of the market together so that you have an ongoing, not just one that is set up to just do one thing, but maybe a continuous a forum that can be used to address the issue of this partnership with the capital market on a regular basis.
Dr. Shamsuddin, that's a very good suggestion. We already have, I think the team that worked on the policy was actually a broad-based one, and the large numbers in that committee were some government agencies, but largely capital market participants. We'll revisit that committee and see if we can take from those committee members to have, let me say, something like a fiscal advisory committee that will be working on a more regular basis in partnership with government so that we can take advantage of the opportunities when they come and also work towards working together to mitigate the risks as they arise. So that's an excellent suggestion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let me move on to Dr. Kaide Fayemi. Your Excellency, I will combine two questions for you so that to save time. The first one is in your role as the governor of Ekiti State. You just had your economic and investment summit. What role have you provided for the capital market to help implement your investment and development effort? The second question is, putting on your hat as chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum. I know, and I give you a lot of credit for the way you turned the secretariat of that forum to a highly, highly managed with expertise to advise state governments in a number of areas, particularly budgeting, finance, and so on, working closely with the World Bank. How much use of the capital market are you encouraging through that effort? Again, my question, can you use that forum, that instrument that you've already established, that is providing support to the state governments to encourage them to use the capital market more effectively?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Usman, for the question. And let me also associate myself with the comments of the Honorable Minister in congratulating NGX for convening this forum. Luckily, in responding to your question about the Governors Forum, my capital market advisor is here. So it would give you a lot of details in terms of our engagement process. But for us at the forum, what drives what we do is primarily peer learning. And the experience you've seen when you came to talk to us about our work with sifters is also informed by that. And that has significantly improved transparency, accountability, and access to finance also for many states. But as I said, Godwin will give more details in terms of the opportunities that are there, because what we've done with sifters in partnership with the World Bank, we can also do with NGX in relation to the capital market and provide a secretariat backup for states in engaging professionals in the capital market. So details will be given by Godwin on that. But let me speak to the first question, which is really my primary responsibility why I'm elected into office. Ekiti State were no strangers to the capital market. even before I became governor, our first executive governor pioneered that move. When Governor Adebayo was in office, he engaged the capital market, and the market provided a platform, particularly NSC, for us to be able to access bond opportunities. And we used that for many regenerative projects, including our hotel here in Abuja. If you go down this Hilton Street, you'll see the Ekiti House, which used to house Nanette Suites, and we've had a turnover of many operators of that facilities. But the important point is that it's regenerative, and we've used it to raise a lot of revenue for the state due to the fountain courts in Lagos. But following the investment summit, we have seen a number of ways in which we think opportunities exist for the capital market to play. First, as I said, we engage at the level of the state in accessing bonds and other opportunities. But we think in our exchanges with the market that there are other ways to engage. First, we have a number of state-owned enterprises that we're really getting out of. And we've managed to concession many of these to private sector operators who have tremendous capacity to turn around such institutions. But many of them still confront challenges in raising capital. So it's not about expertise in terms of driving such institutions to profitability. It's more often to do with the response of the capital market. And we've demonstrated that this is possible. We've had one of our state-owned enterprises divested to a company like Promocido, which produces milk, cowbell milk. And since we did that, Promocido produces on a monthly basis in Ekiti now 100,000 liters of milk from that company that had been moribund for 40 years. So that's the way that we think state-owned enterprises can also benefit from engagement with the capital market. We've also done an innovative initiative. I mean, part of the challenge is that bonds are limited. This 7-year frame does not provide opportunities for you to raise money at a lower interest that is much more attractive to many players. So we've tried the annuity PPP with infra credit, working with NSIA and partners for some of our infrastructure projects. And this gives a 20-year window to be able to raise funds at a much significantly lower interest rate. And this also offers opportunity that I think the capital market needs to work with. And finally, I think there are opportunities now for our capital market to begin to look at the wider market. I mean, there's something that they do in the United States. I think it's special purpose acquisition companies that, I mean, this year alone, I think they've raised about $140 billion. And these are private entities in partnership with states that have been able to access such funds. So our capital market, talking about innovation for sustainable recovery, needs to start looking beyond the traditional way of raising capital in the sector.
Thank you, Governor Fahimi. I think I should move over to, obviously, the advisor, not only to the Chairman Governors Forum, but obviously by implication, the advisor to all governors on the capital market. And I can also say that from my own knowledge, he's actually a capital market guru himself. How much use of the capital market have you used, say, in Ondo State? Again, I have been to your state where you have hosted me. I've been around and seen the quality of projects that you've implemented. Have you actually used the capital market for any of these projects? And what are your plans going forward? Because you've also just recently done your investment summit.
Thank you very much. First, let me congratulate management of the NTX for the strides that you've made since I left you a few years ago. To answer your question, sir, well, I'll say for us in Edo State, unfortunately, we haven't used the capital market to the extent that is expected or we should have. Because for us, we see that there has to be an alignment between a process, a state process, and the market. The market is a market for long-term capital. So the market needs to see that the state has a long-term program that aligns with its capital needs. I'm sure my chairman of our forum, if he went to the market today to say he wants to raise money for a kid, nobody will listen to him. Nobody won't talk to him because they'll say, your tenure comes to an end next year. Absolutely. Therefore, the market is not going to give you money, as if Ekiti State is equal to Dr. Fayemi. And the reason is because over time, states or subnational entities haven't come up with their term programs. They're like a long-term development programs. And so what we've tried to do in Edo State is to now begin to look out 30 years. So we're working on a 30-year development plan broken into lots of 5 years. So you have 6 terms of 5 years, each term equating to a political election cycle, but being very clear as to what the investment needs to be into the long term to drive growth. So if, for instance, as we have decided to diversify to focus on oil palm, I've allocated about 50,000 hectares of degraded land for oil palm cultivation, for instance. That investment is likely to bring in excess of $200 million. But I need to invest in a critical infrastructure like a road that will cost me maybe $5–10 million to take traffic into that particular area of investment. So we've got to as subnationals think very carefully the type of infrastructure that we need to invest in that will engender and lead growth. And it's when we have those sort of well thought out programs that you can now come to the market. That is when the market will take you seriously and know that whatever you are borrowing or whatever capital you are raising for particular investment or infrastructure investment will transcend the tenure of any particular administration. Yes, we have not been in the main market, but we've been raising long-term capital. Because over the last few years, the market has come up with very interesting, innovative structures for governments to raise capital for specific projects. Unfortunately, these transactions are off the balance sheet of states and off the markets, and therefore don't have the kind of liquidity that they could attract. And why have we done this? Because if a state goes to the market today, if I were going to go to the market to say I want to raise money, by the time I go through DMO, go through SEC and all the issues they will raise, I just find out that it's just so, it just takes so much out of you. It's like the regulations we have today need to be reviewed. The regulations were put in place many years ago when they thought that governors came into the market to raise money and steal the money. And that is not the case anymore. It's like the market is much smarter than that. So if I have a project that is viable as a state, I should be able to go into the market, deal with my financial advisors, and get them to raise the money without the regulatory encumbrances that we have today. That is one of the reasons why some of us who understand and know the market have decided, have not approached the market directly, but have raised monies in other forms. And very quickly to the issue of states. Under, the World Bank program, which we term SIFTAS, which is a States Fiscal Transparency, Accountability, and Sustainability Program, we fortunately were able to raise additional funding totaling about $1.5 billion from the World Bank. And this was, thanks to the Federal Ministry of Finance, was extended to states as grants to help them, literally behave well fiscally. So what we've done with this program is to get states to be supported, to help them in their budgeting process. So you'll see that most states of the Federation today have, not passed, they have put their budgets in front of, laid their budgets in front of their state houses of assembly. That's a result of the work that we've done over the last several months on making the states a lot more responsive to what markets require, being able to keep their books properly, make sure that their state of books are audited promptly, make sure that their books of accounts are kept, all the things you need to do, the preparatory work you need to do to be ready, to be market ready, is what we have done working under the SIFTAS program. The next level is improving the business climate and doing business environment in the states. And that's the next funding or granting that we will receive soon, that will get states prepared, identify the specific opportunities, investment opportunities in each state and each zone, and then prepare the states for partnerships with the private sector and subsequently to be able to raise money from the capital markets. So looking ahead, we're very optimistic. It's looking very exciting that you'll find in the next couple of months, a year, you'll find 36 entities, subnational entities, ready to approach the market with credible, well thought out projects and transactions. And I hope that the regulatory environment would be made to assist the process.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We have two governors that are joining us virtually. Malan Nasser El-Rufai of Kaduna State. Is he on? Nasser El-Rufai is not on. Okay, Governor Tambuwal, Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, is on. Let me first of all make, I think disclosure is very important. My firm is one of the firms that is advising a couple of the states in terms of this fiscal, SIFTAS. So, and one of them is Sokoto State. So obviously, I know Sokoto very, very well. And if I sound a little more direct, don't say I'm being partial, but Your Excellency, maybe again, building on the mentioning of the work that is going on with the SIFTAS project. The last disbursement that was made of the grants, Sokoto state government actually came first, top of all the 36 state governments. And I think it is important, the work that is being done to prepare to address, the governor of Edo State has said what SIFTAS is, States Integrated Fiscal Transparency and Accountability System. It's really a lot of work is being done by the states under this program, coordinated by the Governors Forum, as we said, to get the states to address some of the fundamental issues, like bringing accounts, state governments' accounts up to date, things that you take for granted in the private sector. Some states were 3, 4, 5 years in arrears of auditing their accounts. Under this project, you have to get your accounts up to date. You have to make sure that the local governments are given their financial autonomy. All sorts of things are being done to transform the fiscal system, again, with the help of the Honorable Minister of Finance as well. that has brought the World Bank to be part of this. Therefore, my question to Your Excellency is as follows. First of all, this point that the Edo State Governor has mentioned about the issue of the 4-year term, where the typical politician like you is thinking about, I've just got 1 term to go. These people want me to come to the market and raise money for 7 years, 8 years, and more. And the amount of information they're asking for is just too cumbersome. You know, so most politicians tend to just take the easier way, which is just to go and do the project without sometimes planning, without adequate, you know, and missing the opportunities of the capital market. I want you to address both how the project has helped you to reshape your government, but also this issue of how do we reconcile this issue of 4-year term versus the need for longer term funding particularly through the capital market. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Alhaji Dr. Shamsuddin, and thank you very much, the NGX, for this invitation, for this platform. I congratulate you and say well done also to all the members of the panel, and particularly Charles Robertson for that very insightful presentation. CIFTAS has helped in many ways in transforming and reforming our systems in our various states, engendering and entrenching transparency in government business, and also strengthening institutions of governance. And talking and answering about the question you have asked about the term of office, I believe that the technical advisor, our technical advisor, Governor Obaseki, had scratched on the issue. We must stop seeing government as about individuals or an individual governor. Like he said, Governor Fayemi is hopefully leaving the office by October 2022. And most of us who are serving their second term are leaving by May 29th of 2023. We must begin to see governments as governments, not individualizing or personalizing governments and governance, and government as continuum. If you have a program that is good for the state, the capital market, for example, and its regulators should look at the program, not at the individual governor or the term he's having. And when you actually reform, said and suggested by Governor Obaseki, the processes and the regulations around the capital market, you should be able to now also factor this into it. That when you are dealing with a state, you are dealing with a subnational. You are dealing with something like a country, not the individual leader or governor of that particular state. Just as the way you don't deal with the president of a country and you don't treat him as such. And I also like to use this advantage of this platform, most of the Minister of Finance is here, to kindly suggest that they should loosen, the central government should loosen the hold they are having on subnational for access to funds. That will engender more growth and more activity, and which will now spur a lot of more economic activity at the grassroots, especially, for example, in issues of intervention in power and supplementing what the federal government is doing in providing power, which will unleash development, or unleash industrialization, and also agriculture, for example, investments in agriculture. We need more funding in so much of this, and we need more funding in housing and all of that. So I believe that it is time for all of us to work closely, and for the NGF and the NGX to come closer using this platform to work towards ensuring that subnational are properly guided in how to access funding of through the capital market. From our experience here in Sokoto, this is the first time we're going to approach the capital market, to source for funding of equipping our own state university teaching hospital that is coming up, about 1,250 bed capacity university teaching hospital. It is on class, which we believe will go a long way in addressing the challenge of medical tourism and providing quality healthcare service, not only to the people of Sokoto State, but to the entire sub-region and even some of our neighbors. So it is time for federal government actually to do some introspection in relation to how they deal with subnationals on access to funding. In this case, including, of course,
Your Excellency, let me interrupt you there. You are asking the federal government to loosen its hold on the subnationals. The issue of the state governments themselves loosening their hold on the local governments is also very important. When I was managing director of NAL Merchant Bank, which was the foremost issuing house at the time, we actually were able to take 2 local government issues in the capital market, to have local governments come into the market to raise money. Now, this is not happening at all now. What are your thoughts? And I'm happy that you are covered by 2 other governors here. I know you've done a lot of work, for example, even under the SIFTAs, of giving financial autonomy to the local governments in Sokoto State. But what are your thoughts on, because it also requires you at your level of the states to also free up the local government so that they can, I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Shamsuddin. I believe that, as you rightly suggested, there is also the need for some more kind of freeing of local governments by subnational governments, by state governments, especially in areas where, or states whereby we still have states controlling the funds of the local government. But you should also know that for us to achieve that, there is the need for us to transform the system of the local government administration in our respective states by ensuring that we have their systems strengthened and being brought up to date, which SIFTAS is also helping in providing. So I think it's work in progress. We should all do the 2 at the same time, loosening the hold on the subnational and as well as local government. I'm sure the chairman of Governors Forum may want to say something on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to the chairman Governors Forum later. Let me move on to Mr. Uche Oji, the CEO of the NSIA. I think, Mr. Oji, I would like you to focus on one area. We've been talking about the spending of the capital now, the spending side, but the sourcing side, the harnessing of the capital, as the Vice President said, how do we harness this capital? You are the institution that you represent in other countries, particularly in OPEC countries, since we are a member of OPEC, have been a major source of actually raising capital to be used in not only the domestic economy, but international capital market. What has been the situation regarding the capitalization of the NSIA itself? And what effort are you making in terms of ensuring that you improve on your capitalization so as to bring more resources into the capital market?
Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Well, first of all, I like that question because the 2 biggest shareholders representing NSIA happen to be on this panel as well. So the Minister of Finance and the Chairman of the Governors Forum. So many of you don't know this. The NSIA is actually not one fund. It's actually a fund owned by the states, the local governments, and the state and federal government. So every single local government, every single state, and the federal government all have share certificates. So it's a contribution of everybody. Now, to the point about the size and the relative comparison with the other OPEC states, I think it's important to contextualize it. The first is, many of the OPEC states you mentioned, or you referred to, started very early. Qatar started their sovereign wealth fund in 1956. Abu Dhabi started in 1973 or 74, right after the oil boom. So for many years, those companies or those countries didn't really achieve much. You didn't hear about them because they took time methodically to grow those funds. And it's only been in the late 90s and early 2000s you started to see those funds become important. So it's important to think about the context of time. The Sovereign Wealth Fund of Nigeria was only started in 2012. So I think it's important to contextualize it. Secondly, is how much you put in the fund at the beginning. Without a doubt, we missed an opportunity in 2012 when the Sovereign Wealth Fund was started, because at the time, the objective was to put a significant sum into it. We didn't. Norwegians were putting $1 billion a week aside in their Sovereign Wealth Fund throughout the last 7 years, every week. So if you really want to talk about capitalization, you need to think about it in those contexts. So I think it's important to contextualize it that way. Now, having said that, from where we are today, and just one last point of context. 4 years ago, we commissioned a study with Alexander Forbes to ask them, at what point do you think a sovereign wealth fund needs to grow big enough to become meaningful in its economy? That study came back with a result that said 5 to 10% of GDP. So if you're looking at that in the context of Nigeria's GDP, you're talking $20 to $40 billion. We are very far off that. So what are we going to do? 3 or 4 things, and I'm going to keep my answer very short. I think there are 4 things that can be done in terms of capitalizing this a little bit better. The first is actually, and something we've started to do, is the creation of co-investment vehicles. So instead of the NSIA carrying all the burden itself, it creates a vehicle that allows other people to participate. We did that successfully in an agriculture fund we created recently, and we're about to do that in a healthcare fund. So gradually, we expect that that will become a way to actually bring other pools of capital to participate. The objective with this will be to, for every $1 spent by the NSIA, hopefully you can mobilize $4 to $5. One of the other vehicles, of course, is Infraco, which the Vice President mentioned earlier. The NSI is hoping to take a piece of Infraco, about 10, maybe 15% stake in Infraco, that allows it then to go and raise capital from outside. So that's one way to grow it. A second way to grow it will be to look at what you do with your moribund assets or assets that are underutilized. And I'll give you 2 examples here. The first is what has been done by Temasek. Many of you don't realize it, but Singapore has 2 sovereign wealth funds. One is GIC, which is cash. The second one is Temasek, which is assets. And what they did was they took all their assets and put it in a vehicle and created a fund around it. And that fund went from $78 billion Singaporean dollars when they started doing this in late 70s to now about 200 billion Singaporean dollars. So you can actually get some of your assets that are not properly managed into a fund. I mean, Saudi also did that recently. Saudi Aramco is owned by PIF, which is a sovereign wealth fund. Went public, $2 trillion, and that is how you suddenly became the biggest sovereign wealth fund in the world. So some of the assets that can be utilized are also another way to fund the sovereign wealth fund. The third thing is obviously organic growth. Organic growth is a bit challenging for us. And I think, I mean, we're doing what we can. Last year, we were up significant. I think we did 160 billion naira in profit this year. So far, so good. We're looking at, so far, I mean, as at the end of September, touch wood, the year hasn't ended. I really don't want to jinx these things, but the numbers are also not looking so bad. But that, as the presenter said, growing through savings is really not the right, it's not a very effective way to grow quickly enough to address most of your needs. And then the final thing, I think, is the things that we're working on and we've done successfully with some of the entities mentioned here. And that is creating financial markets, infrastructure, companies that can actually help you mobilize capital. And I'll give an example, what we did with InfraCredit. The InfraCredit's role is actually in providing what they call bond, perhaps, or bond guarantees to help you raise bonds. The NSIA sponsored that company. We developed it. We wrote the business plan. We started inviting investors into it. And what do? You raise a bond instrument. But when you go to market, perhaps your bond is going to cost you 20%. You come back to InfraCredit. InfraCredit provides a wrap around that bond. And you can go back to the market and the bond price can drop by 7, 8, 9 points in some cases. So that's been very, very helpful in helping companies become able to tap into the market. So these are some of the, I mean, of course, we're in NG Clearing. We co-developed Nigeria Mortgage and Financing Company, Development Bank of Nigeria. All of these vehicles are very important. And they're important because they help create a financial market system that actually ends up making it easy for people to raise capital. But to your question, the size isn't really there yet to be completely meaningful, but you also need to contextualize that with time. Hopefully, but of course, time is a moving target in itself. But again, another 10, maybe 15, 20 years of consistent contribution, I think that's very important. consistent support, consistent contribution by the shareholders is one way for the organization to become meaningful in its contribution.
Thank you. I think maybe even though we are in the public view, in case you don't have the actual very foundation of your organization was laid by me. I hope you know that.
I know that.
If you don't, maybe I can give you a copy of the memo that I wrote to President Eradua, asking him to establish that Nigeria must, like other OPEC countries, establish a sovereign investment authority. And when he approved it, I took the memo to the Federal Executive Council, as well as to the Nigerian Economic, the NEC, National Economic Council. And I recall after presenting that memo, some of the governors, and I won't mention names, asked, why are we doing this? I say, we are trying to save against a rainy day. And one of the governors said, it's raining in my state already. I would not mention the name of that. Let me move
Just
on.
to say that it eventually had total support of all.
Yes, but honestly, what it doesn't have up to now, and unfortunately things are so tight, and that was the rationale for doing things. At that time, oil prices were about $100 per barrel. We needed to do, to save. But the amount that is being put in there is really, is still inadequate, as mentioned. Now, Temi Popola, first of all, let me join others in congratulating you for conceiving and achieving this conference. Highly commendable. But the same question as I asked the Honorable Minister of Finance, what measures are being taken by your board and the capital market authorities generally in reviving and revamping the Nigerian capital market? Because unfortunately, since that global financial crisis, there's been some recovery, but we really haven't, I don't think, gone back to that pre-crisis level and beyond, like has happened in some of the markets. Maybe let's start with that.
Thank you very much. I will keep the comments very brief because of time. Let me start by maybe speaking to historically what the exchange has done to address this question that you asked. And when His Excellency Governor Fayemi was speaking, he spoke, for example, about SPACs. The exchange has had a very strong history of innovation. I'm happy that Mr. Onyema is here. He drove a lot of that innovation and thinking. So SPACs, for example, is something that the exchange is currently working with the Apex regulator on. I think some would say that maybe we're weeks away, depending on the regulator's approvals, to being able to introduce SPACs to our market. And there's quite some history of products like that and ideas like that. Of course, as you know, the exchange works with levels of governance and regulation that we have to subject ourselves to. Away from that, how are we thinking about addressing this question that you raise? What we find out very quickly is that to address that, there are certain things that are within our control. And there are a lot of things as well that are outside our control. If you look, for example, at what the key metrics are for a vibrant capital markets, one of them is just the macroeconomic environment. How is the economy? How is the political situation? Those things typically outside the control of an exchange. But away from that, what we are looking to do is increased, penetration of financial market products. So you start first and foremost by thinking about just financial literacy. People need to know that the capital markets exist and that the capital markets are mechanisms for addressing problems and for creating wealth. It's why we've set up a day like this. Away from that, of course, is questions around really how then do you distribute some of these products. We spoke to technology earlier as an example. And then, of course, on top of that is what exactly do we have as potential solutions on our platform? And again, back to how the governor was speaking earlier, Governor Fayemi, that we need to move away from some of the more traditional products and to think of other products. So there's a lot of emphasis on product innovation and just originating new ideas on the exchange. I think the final thing I would say is, again, back to technology and speaking to the future part of this event. It's very clear to our mind that the way to really unlock this issue, back to those things within our control, is through technology. How can we get closer to a lot of the technology companies? How can we apply technology to the way that people consume the products on the exchange, and to make sure that we can democratize that last mile on the exchange? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would have liked to have gone a second round of all our speakers. I've been advised that we're already running about an hour behind time. So, and unfortunately, we were supposed to even take a couple of questions. I've been advised that that will not be possible now, maybe at the end. So all I will do is just conclude by giving some advice, since we are talking about the public sector here. And I'm happy the Honorable Minister of Finance is here, the Chairman Governors Forum, and a number of the governors. And to say that based on my experience, and I've had plenty of that, of dealing with the capital market, if you look historically, what has happened to grow the Nigerian capital market is a number of landmark events. The first one was in the 1970s, indigenization. Then in the 1980s, privatization. I was the first CEO of the privatization agency. And I know the number of companies that we brought to the market and insisted that we were going to sell everything by way of public offer. That is, Dr. Umar is here, how we went around the whole country. I think it was Governor Fayemi or the Vice President that talked of democratic capitalism. That was our objective. We established, helped to establish branches of even the Nigerian Stock Exchange in Kano, in Kaduna, in Port Harcourt, in Jos, just to make sure that every Nigerian has an opportunity. So if we really want to grow this market, Honorable Minister and the governors, I'm happy you mentioned NMPC. There has to be a serious program which is going to be pushed by the government. These institutions will not do it by themselves. You need a well-articulated government program that pushes them to do it. Just like the privatization, the indigenization. Even with all due respect to my friend, the MD of MTN, he came here and was obviously shining in the limelight. If the government had not forced you at the beginning, you probably would not have seen the light as you are seeing now. So some push through a very well articulated program by the government is very important. Why only NMPC among the parastatals? There are quite a number of others that can be made ready to come to the market. We had planned under the TCPC program, first commercialization, then privatization. We've done most of the work to bring these SOEs to the market. And I'm sure it can be done. And finally, to say that, again, based on my experience, the Nigerian capital market is much deeper than anybody thinks it is. What is needed is if you bring good issues, like this MTN issue that you are seeing now, it will prove to you that the market is much deeper than anybody thinks it is. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me and appreciate our panel. Please put your hands together for our panel. They've done a thorough job, starting with Mr. Charlie Robertson's report. He did a fine, detailed job with that report. Thank you so much, Mr. Robertson. Also help me and appreciate my very able anchor, who centered the discussion very thoroughly, Dr. Shamsuddin Usman, CON OFR. Please put your hands together for him. A very thorough job he did. Join me and appreciate all my discussants, Executive Governor of Ekiti State, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, Chairman Governors Forum. Thank you so much, sir. Join me and appreciate, after he joined us online, Executive Governor of Sokoto State, Right Honorable Aminu Tambuwal. Please also appreciate Executive Governor of Edo State, His Excellency Mr. Godwin Obasaki. I can't hear your applause. Please put your hands together. Join me and appreciate Mr. Uche Orji. Please put your hands together for him. Appreciate Mr. Temi Popola. And last, but by no means at least, the phenomenal, she got quite a lot of attention. People were just pointing a lot of fingers at her, but she was well able to answer every query. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Ahmed. Thank you so much, panel. We appreciate you. We'll allow for this quick photo that seems to be happening, after which we'll move directly into our second plenary session. I'd like to ask, before you leave, please, I'd like to ask the chairman, Mr. A.B. Mahmood, to join that photo. Sorry. And I'd like to ask Mr. Oscar to join us as well, and Otumba Ogumbanjo to please join us as well for this photo. We're going to move directly into our next plenary session. We're not taking a break. For those of you who are parched, we do have coffee outside. If you would like to avail yourself of that opportunity. This session dealt with the capital market and how it can deal with, it can support the government's economic growth plans and strategies. The next plenary session is going to deal with how the capital market can enhance the private sector. And we have a very well able panel to discuss the topic at hand. Thank you. I think we're good with the photos. Once more, please help me appreciate my panel as they make their way down. Interesting, informative, very helpful. I'd like to ask that my next panel get ready. I'm about to call them up. We're going to go directly into our next panel session. We're about to move into our next panel, the capital market's role in driving the private sector. Just going to give a few minutes. All right, it's time to move into our next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, like I have already mentioned, it's going to be speaking to the market's role, the capital market's role in driving the private sector. To help us with his paper, speaking to the issue as a lead presenter. Just giving a few minutes here. Thank you all. Thank you all. I'd like everyone to please settle down. To speak to the issue as our lead presenter, please welcome a very knowledgeable individual who has had phenomenal success in everything he has touched. Otumba Abimbola Ogumbanjo, the group chairman, Nigerian Exchange Group PLC, who's going to be speaking to how the capital market can enhance the dealings of the private sector. Please welcome him one more time, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes up to speak.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We've been enthralled by so many insightful speeches and remarks this afternoon, and I hope we can keep the momentum going strong. Permit me to rest on extant protocols already established by the Vice President earlier on today. The topic of my presentation today is the role of the capital markets in private sector development. Thankfully, the panel discussants are all highly distinguished, proficient, and active capital market operators. And so I have no doubts that we will be thoroughly enlightened with their post-mortem of the paper, ably anchored by my dear brother, Dr. Yemi Oshindero. I will begin my paper by giving some context to our discussion, and then I will briefly touch on the evolution of the Nigerian capital market, followed by a highlight of the financing gaps in the economy which the capital market and its actors can use to fulfill issuers' financing needs. I will, of course, highlight many of the ways the capital market has provided a platform for private sector growth and the opportunities that lend itself to participants within the Nigerian economy to continue to leverage the capital market for value delivery. By way of a preface, I believe we can all agree that the financial system is a critical component of any capitalist, free market-led economy due to its ability to stimulate economic growth and development. Its function is invaluable because it creates the link between the surplus and deficit units of the economy, particularly through the capital market by channeling long-term funds from savers to users of the fund for investment purposes. Our discussion today focuses on this invaluable arm of the financial markets, the capital market, which consists of the primary market and the secondary market. Whereas the primary market creates a platform for fresh capital to be raised, providing direct impact to its issuers, the secondary market, on the other hand, provides opportunities for the sale and purchase of existing financial securities that have been traded in the primary market. All of these activities encourage investment in financial securities, boosting economic growth and development. Studies have shown that a bi-causal relationship exists between the capital market and macroeconomic variables such as GDP per capita, foreign direct investment, money supply, exchange rates, and more. This reinforces the pivotal position the capital market occupies within the Nigerian economy. We see that when operating optimally, the capital market can stabilize the financial sector and provide investment channels to attract domestic and foreign capital, create opportunities for wealth creation, and mobilize the allocation of savings amongst competing uses that are critical to economic growth and development. A broad look at the institutional framework through which the capital market in Nigeria functions will show the activities of the apex regulator, the Securities Exchange Commission, exchanges, brokers, issuing houses, fund administrators, wealth managers, and investors, and of course, enablers such as the Central Securities Clearing System, which has incidentally lent its support to this conference. All of these entities work together to ensure that the capital market can deliver on its mandate to mobilize savings to areas of growth and development, provide adequate liquidity to investors, broaden the ownership base of assets, provide alternative sources of funds for government, and create a buoyant private sector. Looking closely at the private sector, we see that it boasts of significant potential to transform economies. On a global scale, the private sector generates more than 70% of employment, creates value through goods and services that impact total GDP, and contributes more than 80% of government income. Bringing this home with small and medium-scale enterprises form the bulk of Nigeria's private sector. There are also several large indigenous enterprises and multinational companies making significant contributions to economic growth and development. That said, access to finance for these businesses has increasingly come into focus, particularly because of the long-term nature of funding that these entities require. This further highlights the importance of the capital market, given its ability to offer a variety of innovative financial instruments that allow entities to pool, price, and exchange risk. The evolution of the capital market to support entities, private and public, has undergone several pivotal changes over the years. Pre-independence, the financial system in Nigeria was dominated by the money market, with capital balances invested abroad. Essentially, the Nigerian capital market came into being with the establishment of the Lagos Stock Exchange in 1960, which began trading in 1961. The Lagos Stock Exchange name changed to the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and in keeping with the nationwide outlook, trading floors extended to Abuja, Ibadan, Kano, Port Harcourt, and Onitsha subsequently. Today, the NSC has been fully demutualized, thankfully, to become Nigerian Exchange Group PLC with 3 subsidiaries, being the Nigerian Exchange Limited, the operating exchange, NGX Regulation, the independent regulatory company, and NGX Real Estate Limited, the real estate company. The demutualization of the NSC has further opened up opportunities for Nigeria's capital market to play a role that is commensurate with Nigeria's status as Africa's largest economy. Furthermore, several specific reforms carried out over the years have served to make the capital market more efficient. These include the privatization and commercialization of state-owned entities, the reforms of the banking sector, which led to 406 billion naira being raised by commercial banks from the capital market, and the pension reforms, which generated a large pool of investable funds that is being channeled for productive investments through pension fund custodians. Looking ahead, the financing requirements of the organized private sector in Africa remain significant. Stakeholders recognize that addressing the constraints to accessing finance requires a holistic approach, and therein lies the beauty of the capital market as an alternative source of funding that can complement bank financing. Capital markets can offer better pricing and longer maturities, as well as access to a wider investor base. They can also offer funding for riskier activities not served by other traditional forms of financing, and by so doing contribute significantly to innovation in the economy. As Nigeria's premier exchange, Nigerian Exchange Limited provides a platform for issuers to raise capital to meet their unique financing needs across a range of asset classes. With over 370 listed securities and a market cap of 41 trillion naira as of 31st October 2021, NGX provides issuers access to growth-enabling capital from a unique pool of domestic, regional, and international investors. With 155 companies listed across the premium, main, and growth boards of NGX, the equities market has provided unique benefits to stakeholders over the years. Many large enterprises listed on NGX have gained access to capital that would hitherto have been unavailable to enable them to invest in technology, infrastructure, and human capital. For example, Dangote Industries, located in the Lekki Free Trade Zone, is constructing a 15 billion refinery and petrochemical plant, the largest in the world. Another example is Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC, which owns one of the largest single-site wheat mills in the world. The fixed income market offers issuances in government, corporate, green, and sukuk bonds. There are over 140 bonds listed on NGX, boasting a market cap of over 19 trillion naira. Furthermore, we recognize that capital markets have a critical role to play in reallocating finance towards the sustainable development goals, and private sector-driven impact investments already making headway in this regard, with Africa being a leading destination. As a member of the Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiative, NGX has a long-standing commitment to foster the growth of sustainable finance in Nigeria. Consistent with this commitment and in recognition of the huge infrastructural needs, particularly in Nigeria, NGX in 2016 conceptualized, developed, and shared a proposal to develop a green bond market with the Federal Ministry of Environment. The initiative was embraced and championed by the Debt Management Office and the Federal Ministry of Environment. A green bond advisory group was then set up to drive Nigeria's ambition to launch its inaugural sovereign green bond, co-chaired by the then Honorable Minister of Environment, Amina Mohammed, and the Group Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Exchange Group, Mr. Oscar Oyema. In this capacity, NGX played a critical role in conceptualizing and developing the green bond product paper that culminated in the issuance of the inaugural 10.69 billion, 13.48% 5-year sovereign green bond issued on December 22nd, 2017 to fund projects to develop renewable energy and afforestation programs. Since then, the Nigerian capital market has seen a gradual uptake in the Nigerian green bond market, with subsequent issuance of a 7-year 15 billion, 14.5% sovereign green bond in June 2019 to finance renewable energy, afforestation, and transportation projects. In addition to the sovereign green bond issuances by the federal government of Nigeria, the private sector has equally experienced an uptake in green bond issuances. On February 27, 2019, North-South Power Company Limited, a Pan-African power generation company, issued its first 8.5 billion 15-year 15.6% Series 1 guaranteed fixed rate senior green infrastructure bond. The bond was oversubscribed by 60%, and the proceeds were used to refinance existing domestic and foreign currency debts, as well as finance scheduled overhaul maintenance of Turbine 4 of the Shiroro hydroelectric power plants. On April 15, 2021, North-South Power issued its second 6.33 billion 10-year 12% fixed rate Series 2 senior green bond due 2031. Access Bank in March 2019 also issued its 15 billion 5-year 15.5% fixed rate senior unsecured green bond due 2024. Following the signing of a memorandum of understanding with the Luxembourg Stock Exchange to cooperate in promoting cross-listings and trading of green bonds in Nigeria and Luxembourg, Access Bank successfully cross-listed the bond on the Luxembourg Stock Exchange. There is also the ETF market, where NGX provides prospective issuers, international or local, looking to list exchange-traded funds, end-to-end support with respect to idea formulation, index development, and calculation services, product listings, and trading. Beyond listings, the capital market is strategically positioned to empower institutional and retail investors to minimize risks and maximize returns. NGX, through its vibrant secondary market platform, provides access to innovative products and services that are designed to meet investors' increasingly sophisticated needs. It would be recalled that at the end of 2020, Nigerian securities ended the year as the world's best performing, with the NGX All-Share Index delivering returns of over 50%. You should also note that the Nigerian ETP ETF market has witnessed sterling performance between 2020 and 2021. Trade volumes rose by 3,064% from nearly 0.2 million units in Q1 2020 to 5.3 million units in Q1 2021. As of June 30th, 2021, the new gold ETF emerged as one of the most active ETFs within its value, rising by 99.58% from the previous quarter to 4.41 billion naira. Looking ahead, NGX expects to launch derivatives trading in the near term, whereby NG Clearing will serve as the premier central counterparty clearinghouse in Nigeria. This is particularly exciting because market players recognize that derivatives are critical in the development and growth of the economy through its crucial role of price discovery, market completeness, risk management, and market efficiency. Furthermore, it is expected that it will attract foreign capital inflow, reduce cost of capital, and deepen the market. In order for the Nigerian capital market to be a pivotal force for economic growth and measurement, we would strongly canvass that the following measures be put in place. 1, policy advocacy. NGX is keen to provide a platform for both public and private sector actors to raise capital to achieve their business objectives and achieve greater success in resource optimization. Over the years, you may have noticed that changes to key policies across industries brought about a wave of listing activity, the banking consolidation of 2005 being a recent example. We're therefore actively involved in contributing to policy formulation and advocacy to ensure an enabling environment for listings. 2, digital transformation. The driver of the next phase of Nigeria's economic growth is technology. There must be increased commitment to drive activity in the market and improve liquidity for issuers through digital transformation. The goal at NGX is to democratize finance, leveraging current advancements in technology and forging strategic partnerships. 3, public-private partnerships. The advancements made in establishing the 15 trillion naira Infrastructure Corporation of Nigeria, Infraco, is commendable. The CBN and the federal government have effectively laid the foundation for effective public-private partnerships that can meet Nigeria's infrastructure needs in due course. As a next step, we continue to encourage the listing of Infraco on NGX to enhance transparency and reporting, deepen liquidity for the fund, and galvanize retail participation in the scheme. 4, investor protection. Building a world-class capital market requires strong commitment to upholding market integrity, protecting investors, and building a market that is fully digitized. Priority must therefore be placed on deploying cutting-edge technology to ensure that stakeholders are able to safely and securely access investments if financial services are to be more inclusive, and for us to create the much-needed liquidity that can attract investors. 5, innovative products and services. In delivering on the mandate to deepen capital market activity, products and services that ensure stakeholders get increasing value has become critical. Given the increasingly sophisticated financial needs of both issuers and investors, the capital market must anticipate the trends and evolve quickly to deploy solutions that minimize risk and maximize returns. This is why the imminent launch of derivatives on NGX is particularly exciting. 6, private markets. Private markets have graduated from the fringes of the economy to the mainstream. Private market assets under management grew by 10% in 2019 and $4 trillion in the past decade, an increase of 170%, while the number of active private equity firms has more than doubled. Despite the vulnerabilities posed by the pandemic in the private market industry, Africa's private equity industry demonstrated its resilience with $1.1 billion of funds raised in H1 2020, including both final and interim closes, and 81 PE deals reported during the period, totaling $700 million. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed a boom in private equity and has been described as one of the most attractive destinations for PE investments. Public market volatility, as well as evolving regulatory and reporting requirements, have raised the barrier to entry to the public market, leading more private companies to pursue secondary programs to return value to investors. As interest in private funding grows and securities regulators in Nigeria make moves to allow investors to take advantage of private market opportunities, NGX has crafted solutions which is aimed at supporting and hosting fast-growing private companies in Nigeria. In closing, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, successes recorded over the years shows that the capital market is integral to private sector development and ultimately economic growth and development. Studies have shown that countries with well-developed capital markets experience high economic growth than countries without, a case in point being South Africa. Looking at our local landscape, whilst we have recorded several milestones in traditional sectors of the economy, it is important that we begin to explore opportunities to leverage the capital market to develop new growth areas such as agribusiness and health tech. I'm confident that today's deliberations will touch on many of the points raised here and will chart the course for sustainable growth of the Nigerian economy with strong private sector participation. I thank you most warmly for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Thorough presentation by Otumba Abimbalago-Majo, Group Chairman of Nigerian Exchange Group. All right, now it's time to move to our next plenary session. We're going to move very swiftly. Please join me in welcome the plenary anchor, Managing Partner, Uhuru Investment Partners, Dr. Yemi Oshindero. Please put your hands together for him as he comes through. Joining him as a part of his panel, please make welcome Mr. Oscar N. Onyema, OON, GMD CEO, Nigerian Exchange Group. And then also joining the panel, please make welcome Ms. Catherine Echeozo, GT Holding Company. Please put your hands together for her director, GT Co. Like you on the other side of Mr. Shindero. Thank you. I believe he's here. I see him. Please join me and welcome Mr. Bolaji Balogun, the CEO, Chapel Hill Denham, and Chief Investment Officer at the Nigerian Infrastructure Debt Fund. Forgive me. All right, and then next up, please welcome. He's online, but he has been waiting patiently since the start of the conference. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kunle Elebote, Chairman KPMG Africa, who's with us via Zoom and has been waiting patiently. Thank you very much, sir. Also, we have from Seplat Energy, representing the CEO, Mr. Roger Thompson Brown. Please make welcome the CFO of Seplat Energy, Mr. Emeka Onga. Dr. Shinero, your panel.
Thank you very much. Okay, we had an excellent and very comprehensive presentation from Otumba Ugumbanjo to kick things off. And I think he's touched on a lot of the areas we will be discussing in this session. So we'll get right in the interest of time. We've been advised that we have we're behind schedule, so we'll try and keep things.
I must apologize as well. Yes. You notice one empty seat here on the stage. He is online and with us as well, joining us, and he's personally going to give me a knock after this, I'm sure. Being a relative of mine, without any hesitation, please make welcome Mr. Aigboje Aigimokwede, CLN, Chairman, Coronation Capital. Aigboje, welcome.
Thank you. Okay. We'll go right into the questions in the interest of time, and we'll keep them succinct and brief, as we do not have as much time as we would like. We could literally talk about this topic for hours. It's a topic that's very dear to my heart as a private equity practitioner, in that the private equity cycle requires you to invest into companies, grow those companies and add value, and then exit those companies. And to exit, the primary form of exit that we would like is the stock exchange. So it is in our interest, almost existential, to have more companies, more supply brought to the exchange, and more demand from people for companies on the exchange. So it's a topic that's very dear to my heart. So I'll start with the first question. If we have Mr. Aigimokwede online, we can't see him, but I'll assume he's online. Yes, oh, excellent, welcome. So really it's about as Otumba Ugumbanjo said in his speech, there is a dearth of financing for SMEs in a country like Nigeria, and SMEs contribute a huge amount to the economy. So in your experience and what you've seen across the markets, how do you feel that these SMEs can access the Nigerian capital markets and use it to meet some of their financing goals?
Okay, well, Yemi, thank you very much. Let me congratulate the NGX for this very innovative and landmark conference and convening. Well done, Temi, well done to the board and all my colleagues, when we were council members, so to speak, and to a very great panel. I have also been listening to the proceedings. Now I understand why I've been struggling with my savings, given that I have 4 children. Charles you did a great job in bringing, quite interesting perspectives to our economic situation, some of which I agree with, actually. So look, listen, to my mind, if you look at, Nigeria's financial system, of which the capital markets and, of course, the financial markets are a part. If you think over the last 30 years, what are the greatest things that Nigerian financial institutions, whether from banking all the way down to issuing houses, stockbrokers, etc., in the capital markets, as well as, of course, exchanges. What are the greatest things that we've been able to do that have given us, if you like, continental prominence and have really affected or added to GDP and, to the customers in Nigeria and beyond? And it's simply two things: customer experience, and by that I mean removing customer pain points, and of course, scale, okay? For reasons best known to God, I've been privileged to be part of the two most defining stories in this development, at least over the past 20, 25 years. On customer experience, you think about Guarantee Trust Bank and its ability to create this very compelling customer value proposition that made people want to do banking and made people come in almost like a Pied Piper effect. And then the other story, of course, being Access Bank, where you go from basically less than 5,000 accounts to 50 million users of your banking services through a high growth, strategy based on technology. Now, if you think about what has happened in banks, okay, and these two banks are not the only banks that have had this effect, okay, and then you ask yourself, have we been able to replicate this type of success in other sectors? And let's think of the capital markets now, okay? And you will begin to realize that from the perspective of the experience, that's the user of the capital market, and the experience of the perspective of scale, which is the number of users of the markets and count and capital raised, etc., and traded, we don't have similar developments. So really the NGX, its related competitors such as FMDQ and the others, of course, our regulator, the apex regulator, the SEC, and other regulators. And of course, everybody on this call that is here with me and in the conference in that room, you must ask yourselves, when do we begin to embrace these two drivers? Customer experience and scale. That is what is going to transform, the capital markets. Everybody has said, look, the thing that is going to make Nigeria win is talent in terms of the literacy, okay, and the numbers in terms of 200 million plus. Until we trigger those two things in the capital markets, we will not, truly come of age. But the great thing is that as far as the NGX is concerned, I see the right things in place. I see the talent in place. I see the ability to use technology in place. Now, what must happen is that we must bring, all the various ingredients as it was in banking, where the regulators are very much a part of this process, and collectively we create a market that has set very bold targets in terms of the numbers of customers we serve. Now, why have I gone with this background? It's important because we tend to leave the SMEs out of every financial market or capital market story in Nigeria. We focus on the big wholesale transaction, and then we forget, of course, that the strength and power of the Nigerian economy beyond the large, corporates, in the value chains, are actually the tens of millions of SMEs, okay, that allow those value chains work. And for me, the SME definition I'd like to use is any business that employs less than 250 people. So if you think about their role in job creation and value creation in Nigeria, I don't need to tell anybody about that. They are the engine of our economy, and it is them that's going to take us to the China type of results that we so greatly seek as an economy. Now, even when I was a banker, and up to 2013, that's what I did, I came across thousands, and I mean thousands, I met thousands of SMEs who could not finance their working capital through traditional bank loans. We thought of different schemes, but really the customer experience was awful, and the lack of technology to basically do this at scale did not permit us make any dent in this. And I think one of our next big things as a capital market will be a financial market supply chain financing revolution. There is huge money in it. Think about this, okay? there are at least 1 million SMEs that have at least 1 million naira trapped in supply chains in terms of working capital. That is just stuck there seeking for release. They can't finance it with banks. They can't get access to it. If they did, okay, all right, I mean, they could go do another cycle. There are at least 100,000 SMEs that have 10 million naira, in such value chains, and at least 1,000, okay, that have 1 billion naira in such value chains, okay? These are all employing less than 250 people. I've already given you 3 billion naira at the primary level. And when you start thinking about the velocity of working capital, if we could come up with, just as it stands in many countries in the world, okay, a capital market platform that unleashes liquidity within this trapped financing platform, you begin to see what I'm talking about. I am a firm believer, having raised billions of naira at a time when the exchange rates were much stronger than they are, okay, from the domestic capital markets. I think in the short term, right, if we're looking for long-term capital to change our economy, whilst yes, we can look outwards, but look, listen, there is more inwards that we should go and unleash. And I'm looking at SME debt platforms. There are interesting things we can do. We can create Fannie Mae type, situations. If we use blockchain technology to basically remove the risk of repayment in these value chains, okay, we can then add sovereign, guarantees behind the issuance of, these supply chain finances, either invoice discounting, digital invoice discounting, and things like that, okay, to really do some interesting things here. You have peer-to-peer opportunities, peer-to-business opportunities, investor-to-peer opportunities, investor-to-business opportunities. Just think about the platforms we're speaking to. They have different models. You have one called the pure match model, where the platform direct, contact enables contact between an investor and a borrower. You have the marketplace models. Maybe those are the ones you've learned about, the lending club type of things. You have the auction model, where lenders bid on loans. I must add that I'm not talking theoretical here. You know how I am. You know that I like to put my money behind my mouth. These are things actually that are coming to the market, I suspect, in the next few months. So to my mind, really, I think that SMEs are not a market we should play around with anymore. I think that from the perspective of value to the economy, this is the game changer. And I think from the, if you like, inward perspective of operators in the market, this is something that is also going to create new institutions and maybe, the next big thing. Well, thanks for now, Yemi. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imokode. That's very exciting indeed. We live in interesting times. I'll turn to my left, Mr. Oscar Onyema. You've presided over the demutualization of the stock exchange, which is a huge step forward in its evolution, doing something that's been done in many other markets, stock markets across the globe. And I think it'll be useful to understand, as the next step of that evolution of the stock market, how can the NGX make itself attractive to all the various flows of capital? I mean, we've seen a lot of capital come into the country, especially into the tech sector, for instance, in the form of venture capital. So how can NGX make itself attractive for venture capital, for more advanced equity, private equity, and so on? Would love to hear that.
Thank you very much, Yemi. I must start by congratulating the board and management of NGX Limited, NGX Exchange Limited, for putting this together. Well done, guys. To answer your question, it's important to put in context the NGX group. We really invest in platform businesses, and the exchange is one of those businesses. But there are other platform businesses that we've invested in, including NG Clearing, CSCS, and a few of the other names that Mr. Aigboje has mentioned. And so in a typical platform business, it's not just a platform provider that makes the business. There are many stakeholders that have to come together, put value into that platform business, and also take value out of it, including the regulators, policymakers, the intermediaries, the investors, the issuers, and the rest of them. So what we want to do is really be that market infrastructure provider that brings innovative solutions and works with platform players to create value for those various ecosystems. So if you take the NGX, for example, the exchange, we introduced the growth board to answer your question directly, which was really geared towards small, medium, but fast-growing companies in multiple segments, not just technology or fintech, but healthcare, manufacturing, and the other segments. But really putting together an ecosystem of service providers to handhold them and help them access the capital markets with relaxed listing requirements, that would allow them to come in, taste the power of the capital market while they're still growing in terms of governance, in terms of ability with regards to frequency of financial reporting and the rest of it. So that is something that I know the exchange continues to develop, working with various players. Another phenomenon that has happened recently, the Vice President touched upon it, is the fact that you have a lot of money coming into fintech and technology space. And I know that the exchange is also working very hard to provide a platform that allows these venture capitalists, private equity types, and other providers of capital around Series A, B, C financing to really have a platform that can support their exit. Now, when you talk about that platform, it's not just the exchange listing rules. Even the investors have to know how to price these types of companies, be interested in them. The companies themselves need to understand the value that exists in the market. And then obviously the regulation, the policy framework and the rest of it. And so there's a lot of work that the exchange is doing to make sure that these various funds that are coming in have a viable, at least a competitive platform where they can exit. So I will stop there for now. Just to say the last thing, the derivatives business that we're going to be launching next month is another platform business with NG Clearing that is geared towards providing these types of solutions, innovative solutions that allow these companies to manage their risk in such a way that people can actually provide liquidity to them and help drive their business turnover.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I will turn to my right. And Mrs. Echiozo, just continuing on that theme with tech companies and the inflow of capital coming into tech, how do you think we can extend this to other sectors? I mean, other people have talked about healthcare, COVID has brought that to everybody's mind, agribusiness and so on. So just to think through from your experience and where you see the direction of the markets, what are your thoughts on this?
Thank you very much. Truly, technology does transform everything. If I can just use one small banking example, the USSD as a payment solution. I don't know how we would have survived COVID and lockdown and everything without that simple solution. So it does change everything. We just have to bring it into every space we're in. I'm on the board of a hospital foundation, the first cardiology foundation, we call it Healthy Heart Foundation. We are going to make sure Nigerians have healthy hearts by training virtually, by going on various platforms, by telling them how to take care of their hearts. It's heartbreaking when people just don't know how to do that and they drop dead, and it's a major source of morbidity, and we must address it. In the capital markets, our colleague from MTN talked about how the retail market will be will be catalyzed by using the phone and by using a very simple way of reaching the young people. Every industry can use technology to expand its reach. The legal profession, my senior colleagues there, the SEALs, pre-COVID, they were a little behind, let's put it that way, in terms of using technology. But I think COVID has taught even them that they must find a way of using technology to access their markets, serve their customers, and so on and so forth. I'll stop there in view of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bolaji Balogun, Chapel Hill Denham has been, has done incredibly well on the infrastructure side. We've seen bonds, we've seen infrastructure platforms, etc. And as you look out beyond that, what sort of prospects do you see for local investors in that area? And I also wanted to touch on something which a few people have mentioned today, from the Vice President to Otumba Ogunbanjo, to do with green bonds. We've all seen, COP26 and where the world is going on this. How does that fit into the infrastructure and the projects you're doing?
Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you to the NGX for creating this, really, really exciting conference. And all of the wonderful contributions that we've had today. When you live in a country like Nigeria and we think about all of the very remarkable deficits we have, whether it's our deficits in infrastructure, our 17, 18 million, homes deficit, the deficits we have in education, particularly in certain parts of the country, the deficits in healthcare. One thing strikes, all of us very, very clearly. And the first is that, the rapid attainment of, the SDGs is something that's non-negotiable for all of us when we think about financing markets. And all of the solutions to all of these deficits can be financed in our markets. And when you begin to look at the allocations of capital for developed OECD country pension funds, one of the things that you will find is that you're seeing an increasing component of capital going into real assets, into areas like infrastructure, into areas like real estate and housing, into private equity, into financing, SMEs. You're seeing very, very substantial allocations of capital going in there. And I think that, when you think about Nigeria, we're going to have to develop our own local solutions. No one is going to come and finance development for this country. All of us are going to architect the development of the country and in these markets. One of the key areas for me, and it's very, very foundational to everything that we do, is around infrastructure. And, our moderator, has spent, the better part of the last decade, investing, in companies. But if you do not deal with the fundamental base, what would have been a more than 2 times money return, your returns end up being muted, either because you're operating in a business that is having to provide its own power, provide its own logistics and supply chain, deal with, supporting its own digital infrastructure. And this is really why infrastructure is foundational. And when you think of every area of our lives and our markets, whether it's something as simple as security today, we deal with a security problem across, various parts of the country. You'd be amazed, if I put it to you that, security, has very fundamental infrastructure roots. All across the world, infrastructure is financed using, security, is developed using firstly cameras and listening devices. If you do not have power, you do not have broadband, right? Two fundamental elements of your security are taken out of the equation. And all you're doing is dealing with security, with manpower and weaponry. Usually the last two things you bring along. Actually, it's those first elements that are foundational. When you and I think about, something as, simple as a migration problem that we're seeing across the nation, and, for those who, don't think about it more thoughtfully, they describe it as a, Fulani herdsmen problem. It's actually very simply a water problem. The Lake Chad has dried up. People, are managing cattle. They have to move closer to the coast where water is. And unfortunately for us, we're not thinking about how we solve the infrastructure issue. And that infrastructure issue, very simply, is that cattle shouldn't be moving. It's meat in cold chain infrastructure that should be moving. And when we think about all of these elements, their root lies in financing markets. The solutions lie in financing markets. But we've also got to recognize that in financing infrastructure, we've got to think about it from a low carbon infrastructure perspective. And that's why COP26 and, the global, progression towards, net zero emissions is something for us, particularly being the youngest nation and the youngest continent on earth, something for us to embrace. I think the incredible platform that, our markets have provided us is the foundations that sustainable finance, whether it's non-interest and sukuk financing, are deep in these markets. The potential for green and blue and other types of, sustainable financing are very, very robust and prevalent in these markets. And this is why, for me, I think what the NGX, is doing, really sort of convening, this sort of platform to get us thinking about how we can utilize the markets is a very, very critical part of the future for all of us.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Mr. Emeka Onwuka, representing the CEO of Seplat. And, I think Seplat is one of the shining lights in Nigeria in terms of a corporate, a listed corporate. You are listed on the NGX board and also on the LSE. And that must be quite an interesting experience, and would love for you to share a bit about what role the NGX have played in this whole process of your listing and how that's been.
Thank you very much, Yemi. And I join other participants to congratulate NGX for a very successful conference. It's very interesting listening today to all the presentations and how frank and direct they are. On the part of Seplat, I will say that we are a good example of the benefit of the private sector in terms of participating on the stock exchange. In 2014, Seplat came to market, and we listed our shares at the time and raised about $435 million. That offer was very successful. At the time, we put about 8 billion naira in terms of capitalization for the stock exchange. Our offer at the time, in terms of size, was the largest in Sub-Saharan Africa in 2008, on the back of Safaricom and the old telecom company that was listed in Nigeria that had $500 million in 2008. It was quite challenging at the time listing because we listed at the same time in Lagos and in London as well. The first security we listed on the dual exchange, or both the Nigerian exchange and the London exchange simultaneously. And we got a lot of support for NGS. Apart from the approval process that you have to go through NGS interface with other market operators, regulators, fund managers, and also the investors in the market. Being the first EMP, and probably my recollection, probably the only EMP registered on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, it took a lot of education in terms of investor knowledge to participate. And that offer was oversubscribed. it didn't end with the listing because listing brings a lot of requirements in terms of acting responsibly in the market, in terms of governance, in terms of compliance with the rules. And for us, we comply with the NSE, NGS rules, and also comply with LSE rules. And you will not believe it does appear at times that even in NGS rules appear to be much, very, very strict, compared to the London listing as well. And we have to balance each of the situations. And we'll continue to call on the NSE from time to time, for guidance. It's quite interesting. In one of the recent experience we had, we required to make an announcement. When we check with NSE here, probably we didn't need to make an announcement, but when we check with the regulators in the UK, I said, well, here the responsibility is yours. You make a call, whether you make an announcement or not, but whatever goes wrong, you take responsibility. So that gives you an idea of the challenges and the obligations in terms of governance that you undertake once you are listed. But also we say the great benefit to us, that listing gave significant visibility on our part. Also, we had to step up our operations to meet global standards. The first time a Nigerian company attracted investors from across the globe and still returned significant domestic funds into the stock, and still does till today. The funding that we received helped us to jumpstart Seplat in terms of expansion of our development, and particularly to launch our midstream initiative in terms of gas. Today, when we talk about energy transition, it's something that the company took a decision years ago and has made significant investment in gas processing. Today, we are supplying about 30% of the gas required for the generating companies in Nigeria today. On the average, we're doing about 50,000 barrels of oil equivalent a month in the past 12 months, 18 months. And we are currently, expanding into the new energy in order to respond to the ESG requirements, for companies operating in that sector. You will understand that it's quite challenging because of the environmental issues of interest and the clean energy initiatives that the world is expecting. On the back of the equity, in terms of the feasibility and responsibility and governance, we are also able to fund on the debt side as well. This year, we did about $250 million, a 5-year bond that we listed on London Stock Exchange. I know that NGS asked us to list locally here as well, but it was something that we consider. This has led to the huge success of Seplat, and we say that Seplat today is a great testament to private sector benefit in terms of listing on the exchange. We also use it more responsibly. Between that time and now, we pay back in terms of dividend over $500 million to our investors and still counting. And we believe that we have enough money currently to fund our operation for the next few years coming. And we are riding and leading the energy transition in the country and reposition our business, to also reflect what's expected of us in terms of new energy requirements. So I believe we'll have very good support for NGS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Onwuka. Indeed, I think a great illustration of the power of partnership with the exchange to power up and finance the growth of companies. We'll just check if Mr. Kunle Elebute is online. He's dropped off. Okay, so yes, I think at this point we are way over time. I don't think we will have time for questions from the audience. We were going to allow people to ask a few questions, but thank you very much for your participation. It's been a very interesting panel. I think a lot of points to continue to work on and take this to the next level of its evolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panel. Very, very helpful indeed. We will release you. Please join me and appreciate everyone, particularly our anchor who has done a fantastic job, Dr. Shindo, Dr. Emir Shindo. Thank you so much. Well done. We thank our panelists for sharing their time with us. We're going to move almost directly into our next panel. Stopping only for one goodwill message, and then we're going to move into our last panel of the day. Please put your hands together for the panel one more time. Thank you very much, gentlemen and lady. All right, we'll welcome a quick goodwill message. Before we go into our last panel of the day, ladies and gentlemen, please join me and welcome Chairman House Committee on Capital Markets for the House of Reps, Honorable Ibrahim Babangida, as he comes to give a quick goodwill message.
Chairman and other members of the board, good afternoon. This conference with the theme, the Future Ready Capital Markets, Innovation for Nigeria's Sustainable Recovery, is appropriate, especially arising from the global COVID-19 meltdown. It is my privilege to extend my goodwill message to the organizers, resource persons, and participants of this conference with the utmost confidence that with the array of policy experts, business leaders, investors, international development partners, industry regulators, etc., who are here to share critical insights that will be the catalyst towards achieving the expected economic growth for the country, as well as leveraging model for economic growth for Africa at large. According to Nairametrics, 1st of November 2021, it is worthy to note that currently our nation is on the course of gradual financial recovery after the abysmal impact of COVID-19 on commercial activities. According to Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, aggregate output measured by gross domestic product grew by 1.87% in the first quarter of 2020, but contracted by 6.10% and 3.62% in the second and third quarter respectively, before increasing by 0.11% in fourth quarter 2020. The report encourages cautious optimism from individuals and businesses alike, as uncertainty still looms over our Nigerian economic future. However, as a firm campaigner for transformational change in the capital market, the Nigerian Exchange Limited has focused on adopting inventive strategies with financial empowerment and inclusion as the core objectives. Several innovations such as demutualization, launch of IPO portal, the launch of the growth band, market awareness for innovative capital flows through sustainable Islamic financing, ETFs, derivatives, etc., are critical focus areas for the growth of the exchange. If there is one thing that pandemic accelerated, it is the need for public and private sectors to hinge their operations to adopt with a certain kind of agility attributed to leveraging innovative solutions towards securing a more sustainable future. With business as usual, halted for well over a year, we have had enough time to reflect on what needs to change to address some of the country's most pressing societal issues. Currently, the government is grappling with the problem of inflation, unemployment, and infrastructure gap estimated at about $3 trillion. Recently, the government announced that $1.5 billion is required for infrastructure development in Nigeria in the next 20 years. This means that capital market will actively participate in providing the needed fund for this gigantic developmental effort of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here in this conference today, I urge you to come up with what will take to steer the country in the right directions and creating a positive change for its people with a resultant positive and sustainable economic growth. Once again, I assure you that the House Committee on Capital Market, and indeed the House of Representatives, is always available to assist in any area of legislation to actualize the vision of the Nigerian Exchange Limited, and indeed the Nigerian capital market to be a world-class market. Finally, well, thank you for this opportunity. I wish you all a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. All right, well, it's time for our last panel of the day. And you guys have been an exceptional audience. Please put your hands together for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. You're clapping for yourselves. I know you like yourself a little bit more than that. Please put your hands together for yourselves. We're going to move directly into our next panel, our last one for the day. This one deals with driving the capital market recovery through policy advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go directly into welcoming our anchor for this session. Please make welcome Mr. Wale Famariwa. He's a market editor, presenter, and producer at CNBC Africa. Please put your hands together for him. I'll allow him to welcome his panel.
Thank you very much, Ike, and good afternoon, everyone. It's great to still have you all in the room. Earlier, I heard Ike mention that the challenge with this type of audience is that you have so many people in the room that matter that if we keep them for too long, Nigeria will lose money. So I guess some of them really couldn't stay. And so I really appreciate the fact that we still have quite a few of you here. So as he mentioned, we're going to be talking about driving capital market recovery through policy advocacy. And I'm going to just quickly welcome the panelists that will be joining me for this conversation. And actually, it's going to be really high-level thoughts because, as you know, we don't have much time. So I'm just going to invite them, and so we'll be hearing their perspective before we wrap today. So starting with Mr. Taiwo Edele, he's the fiscal policy partner and Africa tax leader at PwC. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. Yes, I know that it's been a long day, but thank you very much for appreciating him. Thank you so much. We also have Mr. Lamido, Mr. Yuguda, the DG of the SEC, who is represented today by the Executive Commissioner Dayo Obison. Please put your hands together for him. And we also have Ms. Patience Oniha, the DG of the DMO, who is also represented here by Oladele Afolabi, Director of Portfolio Management, also at the DMO. We have Mr. Haruna Jallo Waziri, the CEO of the CSCS. Thank you very much. And of course, we have Ms. Tino Adiawe, the CEO of the NGX Regulations Limited. We're also supposed to have Mr. Femi. Okay, I'm not sure if he's here, but maybe he will join us at some point. But as I mentioned, it's really going to be more of high-level thoughts. And I was just thinking about the whole concept of advocacy just before this. And I stumbled on a very interesting quote. It says, to be an advocate is to have courage, independence, and passion for the things that matter. And so hopefully we can bring that passion, even in this very short conversation. But clearly, things matter in the capital market in terms of its impact and its role in driving change in this country. So I'm going to open up by just allowing Mr. Taiwo Edele to share some high-level thoughts. As I mentioned, we're really not going to have much time to engage with the audience. But please, on this point about advocacy, I just wanted you to just give us your perspective.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, we did not have the opportunity to make the presentation, but I'll tell you a story and I'll answer your question. I know people are hungry, but I'll tell you a story. Hopefully that will give you some energy. And the story is the story of a beautiful and intelligent lady ready for courtship with conditions. Very global and internationally mobile. She's not limited by boundaries. She prioritizes being in the right environment over patriotism. She's hardworking, and willing to take calculated risk. Something special about her. She's loved and desired by 195 potentially eligible men. To attract her, you need to demonstrate 3 important attributes. Number 1, sincere care and love, not hostility. Number 2, ability to provide safety and predictability, not instability and chaos. Number 3, sustained attention and consistency, not random thoughts, not complete neglect. This beautiful lady is moved by, it's not moved by intentions, but deeds. Remember, she has a choice and plenty of choices for that matter. She's forever young and beautiful. She doesn't believe in together till death do us part. So you have to be intentional to attract and keep her. And if you did, she produces her likes, brings with her prosperity, abundant wealth, as well as huge influence that will make any man who is able to attract and keep her the absolute envy of all the other men. Ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful lady is capital and investment. The men are the countries of the world, of which Nigeria is only one.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted us to please welcome Mr. Femi Awoyemi, founder and CEO of ProShare. He's just joining us. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Okay, so having said that, with that, my short story, I'll spend maybe 1 or 2 minutes to just speak to the policy advocacy aspect of it. Now, policy actually means more than just policy, the way we use it loosely. It means laws, it means regulations, it means taxes, incentives, and so on and so forth. We have to recognize that we have made progress as a country in terms of what's working, good corporate governance design, the changes through KAMA 2020, the Finance Act, some incentives. But I have to say also that we have a long list of incentives, including those applicable to the capital market, but they have low impact. And I'll tell you what it is. We used to have VAT exemption on capital market transactions, right? But you know what it translates to? If you wanted to invest 1 million naira, you get a savings of less than 1,500 naira because of that exemption. That's 0.15%. I don't see anyone who says 1.5 is the most important thing when they're investing 1 million naira. Whereas we have bigger tax issues. So today we have exemption for capital gains on the stock market, but we're not making gains. We're making losses, but we don't get a deduction for it. What you find in competing and robust capital markets is they give you a deduction for when you're making losses. That reduces my risk as an investment. We don't have it in Nigeria. It's also the reason why we're unable, one of the reasons why we're unable to attract many headquarter companies. We have the African Continental Free Trade Area now, right? And Nigeria needs to position itself to be the preferred exchange in Africa so we can be the hub to host investment in Africa for Africa and to the rest of the world. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. If you look at it today, our effective tax rates for companies listed on the stock market in Nigeria is one of the top 10 in the world, highest rates, 30% corporate income tax, 2% education tax. When you pay the dividend that is left, there's a 10% withholding tax. That's effectively about 39%. We are top 10 in the world for highest tax rate. You cannot attract headquarter companies with these kind of policies. We don't have group taxation policies. By the way, you know, even the unicorns we've been able to produce, if you Google Andela today, it says it's an American company, right? Remember the story of the beautiful lady. She's not patriotic, right? She's looking for the right environment over patriotism. HSBC wasn't a European company, right? There's no reason why MTN, instead of listing in Nigeria, there's no reason why we should not have a target for MTN to become a Nigerian company with operations in South Africa, right? So we need to be very intentional. So we have, apart from, most times we spend time on incentives, but I say, let's even remove the disincentives. And I'm glad that we have the National Assembly here. Unfortunately, we're having to rush this session, right? So today, the National Assembly, for some strange reasons, have a template for every law and establishment that they enact. And those laws have a clause that says companies must pay a percentage of their revenue, a percentage of profit to some funds. If you allow me to make a list, I will spend minutes, but just mention a few. From tertiary education tax we've had for so long, many of us would admit that one is useful. You have information technology tax. They already passed a bill recently. It's called Tertiary Healthcare Fund. There's a police trust fund. All of these funds have percentages for companies to contribute. Add it on top of what I told you already about the almost 40% effective tax rate, we cannot be competitive. Yeah. So I know that you're trying to remind me of my time, but I think that I may not have the opportunity to speak again.
True.
Right. So yeah, so if you just give me 1 minute. So Nigeria government, the president has, this government has an objective to lift out 100 million people out of poverty. Actually, one of the fastest ways to accomplish that is to have a thriving capital market. Not only would everybody be able to invest and create wealth, government can generate revenue. Listed companies are more tax compliant. Some reports have it that Elon Musk will be paying about $15 billion in taxes just because his share options have crystallized. Imagine $15 billion is more than the revenue we're expecting for the federal government for this year. My final thoughts on this, that's just one person. My final thought is that not only do we need to increase the market capitalization to GDP ratio, we need to also improve on our say to do ratio. We say a lot, we do very little. If there's anything that is lower than our tax to GDP ratio, it is our say to do ratio. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it's worthy of the applause. Earlier I talked about advocacy being about courage, independence. Obviously, I think he has a lot of it, and passion, of course. So thank you so much, Taiwo, for your thoughts. But let's go to the SEC. So we can put you a bit on the hot seat now, because to a large extent, regulators really drive the agenda. The market is regulated, so you set the rules. And I just wanted to, maybe if you can just reflect on one of the new rules, so to speak, that the SEC is bringing out, and that's relating to crowdfunding. Earlier, Taiwo mentioned about low impact regulations. So let's hear your thinking around this and where it's going.
Okay, thank you very much, Wale. Listening to several presentations that has come before now, when it comes to regulation and law, for a regulator, you have a delicate balance, that's speed and diligence, that you always have to bear in mind. So as much as you want to develop a market, you want to regulate the market. If you over-regulate, there will be no development. At some point, if you over-regulate, the development will even disappear because it has to keep progressing. Now, coming back to crowdfunding. Now, it's not just crowdfunding alone. I mean, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, the roles fintechs play now in the financial services sector wasn't as prominent. Now, if you let it go unbridled, it could create unintended consequences, which has dire implications for the economy. Now, crowdfunding, when we created the crowdfunding rules, I think we came about it earlier this year in January. What we saw was an increased appetite for, shall I say, peer-to-peer transactions. So someone starts off a company, calls a group of people, they invest, and it was increasing. But there is should I say, an alternative opportunity to that. It could be taken advantage of. Now, all this business, and we said, okay, if you're a crowdfunding platform, you could raise money. Let's put the burden of the diligence on you. You create a platform, we regulate you, the platform creator or the crowdfunding platform, then you can amass people. So then you will have the burden of knowing the business you're recruiting capital on behalf of. We have the data of the SEC to monitor and just to make sure on a timely basis, without any unscrupulous activity that could be ongoing. I think it would be a good opportunity to just delve into an area that has been much talked about in recent times. That's for fintechs.
Sure.
Now, fintechs, the power and the ability for them to solve a lot of problems, it's unequivocal, it's non-contestable. Again, there's a much popular statistic that in the collective investment baskets, that's the mutual fund, I think since we've been at this game for about 17 years, we have still less than 500,000 people. Fintechs, the top 4 of them, within 18 months, they have in excess of 400,000. And and if you look at the demography, I'm sure if time permits, probably Jalo will speak to that, on the demography and how we want to change the paradigm. A lot of the younger people, which we thought were so unemployed, there's no money to invest, the propensity to invest is so low. But check our statistic on the league table of fintechs and Bitcoin purchases where Nigeria is. Look at the demography of people that are going into there. They're mostly youth. So where did the money come from? Not from the sky. It's definitely here. So I'll leave it here now, but let's just bear it in mind. As a regulator, you have a delicate balance to maintain, speed and diligence. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, we can clap for him as well. Thank you very much. For me, one of the biggest takeaways is that at least the SEC realizes where the future is at in terms of crowdfunding being a huge part of that. So thank you so much for sharing that perspective. Still staying with regulation, I want to go now to Mr. Nadiawe. And you also can give us some high-level thoughts on this point about regulation, because, and maybe even beyond just regulation by the regulator, in this case, for example, the SEC, but even the National Assembly, lawmaking, how that could impact the recovery of a capital market in your view?
Okay, thank you very much. I think one of the good things about being on the last panel is that actually a lot of things have been already said, and so one can just, put a little bit more inflection. So I think one of the things, we are a market regulator, and we get a lot of information from the entities. And I think one of the greatest things that we're always being told is conflicting or just inconsistent regulation across different regulators. So I think if we want to get the market right, it's very, very important that regulators sit together on a regular basis and try and eliminate those areas of conflict. Now, even when the issues are not conflicting, there's also the burden of having to comply with so many different types of regulation. So a good example is practically all the regulators need financial statements. So why do you have to submit financial statements to all the different regulators? If we can use technology to get all the regulators to pick up the financial statements through technology in one place, or if they're looking for different things, to come together, again, using technology to figure out what it is that they need from those financial statements. You can have the same financial statements, the same technology, and use it, and everybody's happy. And that way you ease the burden of regulation, so that when people are looking at regulators, they're looking at you as an enabler. And once they look at technology as a regulator as an enabler, they are willing to engage with the regulator. What you find now is there's sometimes like a cat and mouse game. I want to talk to you, but I don't really want to tell you everything. And that goes to the point that the executive commissioner said about the diligence. You want to be diligent, And so sometimes when folks are coming to speak to you, you want to actually ensure that they're telling you everything you should know. One of the ways of ensuring they're telling you everything you should know is if they feel that when they talk to you, you're not just going to clamp down, you're actually going to listen. So it takes me to the next point about regulators having to have a listening ear. And these things are not rocket science, they're done in other countries. So I think we need to really try regulators coming together, using technology and having a listening ear. You asked me about the National Assembly. I think, the point that Taiwo has made about the laws that come out, the lawmaking process is unfortunately too slow. So we're very happy for CAMA 2020, but really CAMA 2020 is like 25 years too late. Evidence Act 2010, 2011 was too late, So how many, we need to play catch up, and it takes too long and it's too expensive.
Right.
And there are too many interests being having to be catered for in the different things. We have the Investment and Securities Act, is a 2007 act, and I'm aware of at least about 4 or 5 initiatives to amend the act. Each of them, unfortunately, not successful, but a lot of work being done by the community to get it done. Hopefully this last week, the current one will be successful, but we have to, stop talking about it. The do and to and talk ratio on laws has to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, if we can give her a round of applause as well. Echoing the points that Taiwo made about we have to do more than just talk. So now let's take it to the various, should I say, investor base or interest groups, so to speak. And let's talk a bit about the retail investors. And Jalo, I'll come to you now, and maybe you can just reflect on this. Technology obviously is a big part of the future. In fact, many will say it is now. And I want to hear your thoughts about how we can advocate for, should I say, better adoption of technology to make a difference in terms of how retail investors can be part of this market.
Thank you. I think your opening statement and also, our lead presenter mentioned, advocacy requires courage. I'm not sure that I'm courageous enough to answer that question directly. I will attempt to.
Do your best, indeed.
So I met a gentleman, young guy. Then he was 25 on a flight to London. And he was wearing a pair of tracksuits and had dreadlocks. And I was thinking, the office had paid, I think, I don't know, $6,000 for my ticket to London. And I'm thinking, this young man can afford $6,000 to get to the UK in a business class. But I got speaking to him. Again, mindset at that time was, what's he doing here? By the time I started speaking to this gentleman, he told me, he said he's a musician and that he has the highest number of online sales of music. He says when he goes to do a concert, he sings 5 songs and the crowd is right in front of him. I said, how do you do that? He said, data. He says on Apple Store, he has a back end that tells him who is listening to his music, where that individual resides, how old that individual is. And more importantly, says, I know what else he's listening to. That young man is Mr. Easy. He's one of the richest musicians in Africa. He has his own label called Empower. So what I'm saying is, if you want us to quadruple or do a quantum leap from where we are in terms of retail business, there are a few things we must do. Infrastructure and data business is it. Ike talked about, his radio station listening group, that they can call you out. These are young people. They want data. They want facts. Data is the business. The infrastructure is very important. We have to remove the frictions that exist in our current trading systems or structure. My son told me, Dad, I don't want to invest in your market. It takes me 3 days to settle. Say, why will I wait? I buy something today in this day. Amazon will deliver to me end of day. So why am I going to your market? People is for old people. You wait 3 days. And our demography is 70% less than 26. That's our target market. And if we're not speaking their language, we're not giving them the infrastructure for them to be with us, then I'm sorry, we should stop talking about it.
Sorry, on that point about the age of our demography.
Yeah.
Can you just speak to the, should I say, average age of demography of investors right now?
At the CSA, data shows that it's 53.5 years.
Wow. So we are really
so
aging
again, we're used to our way. The other thing is removing that friction also requires some generation correction. So we have to begin to understand who are intermediaries in this market and what should they do? What type of intermediaries do we need to bring in these 26-year-olds and less? So we have to start thinking about it. What structure currently do we have in the trading ways that exist that will allow for that definition of intermediary to occur? That intermediary is important because those people use those intermediaries and you have to speak their language, provide today's infrastructure. I heard Bolaji say, among other things, the infrastructure in these 26-year-olds and below, that infrastructure is their phone. If you're not in it, forget it, you're dead. And we have to be there. And it's a winner take all. So there is no democratization of the intermediaries. Because the winner takes all mentality of the winner take all is that he will make sure that there's not only one ecosystem because he needs other counterparties to do the same thing, only that he will hold some level of control over it. And then in all of this, governance matters because these kids can call you out. For them, governance is important. And lastly, that trust building has to come back.
Right.
At some point, they didn't trust the way the system worked. They still have some doubts around how it is. And we need to build back that trust. If we're able to do a few of these things within the context of where we want to go, and I'm sure Timmy and I have been having this conversation since he became CEO at X, even prior to that. But it's going to happen. We need to build it. We need to build it quickly. And then that trust building will start. But we have to think about that change. And we have to be bold to make it happen. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for him. Very, very strong points. You know, it's unfortunate we don't have much time, but I think so many great insights are coming out of this. And I really like the point he made about a winner-take-all situation with that demographic. I was just thinking about the fact that demography will invest. The question is whether or not they will come to this market. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to Mr. Falabi now, just to give us the learnings at the DMO. Obviously, we've seen quite a few sukuks as a new product, if you like, coming to the market. We've seen some, I would say, more than relative success with that. But what's coming? What next? How do we build on that success as we try to advocate for more retail investors again coming to this market?
Thank you. When the first sukuk was issued in 2017, we were offered 100 billion. We got 100 billion and just a little above that, like 105 or 106, so slightly above the amount offered. In that first year, there were issues of normal Nigerian conversation. Oh, the government wants to Islamize Nigeria and all that. And well, the general approach to government borrowing is that government is borrowing too much. But what started to change from second year was we got the contractors to label the project. So everywhere you're passing, you are saying this road was funded by Sukuk. And when people saw that, well, not just borrowing, but borrowing that was linked to development on the ground, it was a more acceptable kind of borrowing. So the next year we saw a high level of subscription. And last year, we offered 150 billion, we got over 660 billion. So people have accepted the Sukuk because they can see the Sukuk as a driver of infrastructure. Like if you travel for Easter and you're going for Christmas, you are seeing a new road and you're seeing this road is funded by Sukuk. They say, okay, they're not just borrowing, they are borrowing productive, they are borrowing for things we can see.
Yeah.
And one of the objectives of Sukuk was also for financial inclusion. Now there are people that because of their beliefs and religious beliefs, they don't invest for just interest. Now, the Sukuk is not for interest, but it's ownership of an asset, and the roads are actually transferred to the holders. The government follows, as a borrower, the government follows all the requirements so that encourages other people that will borrow using the Sukuk to do the same thing. The government is subjecting itself to that discipline. So we've seen roads that are being financed by Sukuk all over the country, and make sure that these roads are in all geopolitical zones. So in issuing the Sukuk, the minimum amount is 10,000. That makes it available to most people. So it's not an elitist product. It's not something that only banks can invest in or the pension fund administrators. For as low as 10,000, you can buy the Sukuk. And the focus is, let's have more retail investors participate in this. So we encourage retail investors, and we've seen a lot of them. There's a plan for a first Sukuk in the next 1 or 2 weeks, and we hope that we'll see more retail investors coming into that.
So really, the plan is just to build on this success and stay with it.
And getting the retail, we know that we're working with CSCS Ajalo to get, that for retail, we must have a channel that they can easily tap into.
Yeah.
Like the VP said, and Ajalo said, telephone has become a very viable tool for driving investment. And working with CSCS, I'm making sure that the retail access to investment in federal government securities is easy. That you can just click a few buttons on your phone, and you're an investor in federal government securities. So coming out with the Sukuk again, and we're hoping that we can get more retail by making it easy for them to access through very simple channels that will make it seamless in their.
So using technology to improve the channels.
That's the idea.
We certainly have to move in that direction. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me come down to Mr. Femi Aoyemi. And I would like you to speak specifically now to the issue of listings. So it's something, listings, getting more companies listed on the markets, because it's, unfortunately, we've actually seen some delistings from our markets over the last couple of years. And no doubt, if there are no assets to invest in, then you really don't have a secondary market. And people have spoken to the fact that Nigeria's market is not fully reflective of the economy. So I wanted to hear your perspective on this. So advocacy for how we can make it happen. Earlier, I think it was Dr. Samsudeen Usman that mentioned that we had to nudge the telcos to get listed. Is that still the only way? What else can we do?
Well, I think Dr. Usman was correct, but it's also the same thing that happened. If you recall, when we wanted to pass the ICRC laws, the concession, right, was also the private sector. I think it was led by the ARM team as well. There's always been this lack of nexus between the private sector understanding that we do have a very critical role to play in governance. And we always point and speak about all the problems. I mean, you seem to like the sound of talking about problems. The first responsibility is yours because you know they do not. If you look at the fundamental issue about that question which you're talking about, is that the wide gap between the state of practice and the state of regulation across the capital market value chain, it is huge. So you solve one problem, you leave a gap in the other one. You solve another one, you leave a gap in the other one. It is huge. You take it from Jalo, or you look at it from the corporate himself here, the executive commissioner, my friend, Dayo. I have attended so many capital market roadshows that I'm tired. There is no conceivable plan that's not been written. There's nothing we've said here that's not in any of those documents. There's always been the lacuna in the how and the when. In the first place, if you have a capital market roadmap that you do not make whoever is in charge of SEC accountable for or use as a performance measure, there's no incentive to fulfill it. The real challenge about listing, and you said there's been a number of listings, you have to be careful about generalization. Most of those people were asked to delist. A few voluntary move, the others were a function of mergers and acquisitions. So disaggregating numbers helps you to understand what is really going on. But then there are people who are planning to delist right now as we speak. Why? Because the natural intent of the capital market is supposed to help you raise money. But the cost of keeping you listed in the market right now is more expensive than the value to which you attract. And then the most important thing you also fail to understand is that you say there is no capital around, there is no retail market. At the last count in 2018, we had 161 Ponzi schemes operating here, aggregating close to 180 billion naira. That means the cash is there, but we haven't produced products and services that are good enough to attract the demographic which you are targeting. The approaches you've had so far is been like you look at one size fits all, not disaggregating the institutional requirement from the retail requirement. And to be honest with you, one of the most powerful things I felt was while I was stuck in the airport was while listening to the first session, I felt this was one of the best organized sessions in which people were able to talk about the issues on the market. So in closing, it is right that we just say the real thing. There is no new thing here. If the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the NGX, comes up with a major plan to move the market, I bet it will be stuck in the Securities and Exchange Commission for months. And they will be telling you that they are working hard on it. You know why? They are working with an old model for a new market. It can't work. Until you confront that and address it straightforward, it will work. Dayo came from the private sector. Sooner or later, he will become part of them. But before he does that, let us hold him down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, I feel so honored to be moderating this panel because it's very straight talk. They are not messing around. So unfortunately, though, we cannot engage this further because we have run out of time. So please, if you can put your hands together. I believe you have valued this interaction as short as it has been, but hopefully we can take some actions away from this and make this market better. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. We'll allow for a very, very quick photo. We want to thank our panel and our panelists. You guys have been phenomenal. This is what we wanted. Like I said, we weren't looking for, niceties and just exchanging pleasantries. We wanted meaningful conversations, all gloves off, so that we can hear what we really need to work on. And we thank you for your candor. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panel. We appreciate you. Well, we have come to the last part of everything. I really appreciate all of you and your time you spent here, the attention you've given. It's not easy to keep a crowd for that long. Particularly, it's not easy to keep Nigerians who have not been fed paying that much attention till this time, but you guys have been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for yourselves. We do have lunch available for you, which will be served immediately after our very last speaker. We saved all the good looks for last, ladies and gentlemen. She is an intelligent mind, and we're so glad to have her here wrapping things up for us. She is the chairperson for NGX Real Estate Limited. Please put your hands together for Erelu Angela Adebayo as she comes up to do a fitting vote of thanks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you agree with me. This has been awesome, phenomenal, are the words that come to mind. Having said that, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to stand before you to express on behalf of the Nigerian Exchange Limited our profound gratitude to His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, for having taken time off his many responsibilities to join us here today, sharing in the newness of the occasion, and for having inaugurated our conference tagged the Future Ready Capital Market, Innovating for Nigeria's Sustainable Recovery. We cannot fail to appreciate the presence of the President of the Senate, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Chairman, Senate Committee on Capital Market, Honorable Ministers of Finance, Budget and National Planning, State Industry, Trade and Investment, governors of states who have honored our invitation to this prestigious event. We're thankful to all our invited speakers, and I believe we showed that in our response to everything they said. They engaged us in powerful and forward-thinking panel discussions, and I'm certain that these deliberations are sufficiently compelling to stakeholders as we play our part and place Nigeria on the path to sustainable recovery.
I did overhear the Honorable Minister for Finance asking that we get these papers, and please, we must make sure that we make these papers available in this momentous occasion. We have to thank our sponsors, the BUA Group, the Central Securities Clearing System, the NG Clearing, Flour Mills of Nigeria, CNBC Africa, ProShare, Nairametrics, Business Day, and indeed our regulator, Securities Exchange Commission. All our invited guests and all distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have joined us physically and also joined us online. Historically, NGX has proven to walk the talk. And I think at this stage, we now have to change that to do the say. I think we learned that today over the years. When it comes to supporting the growth of the economy, there's a saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. We cannot journey on this path of unlocking the growth potential in our markets alone. You'll agree with me, the collective efforts of market participants, policymakers, and regulators have contributed to the significant growth of market infrastructures in Nigeria. Looking forward, we need to accelerate and deepen our capital market developments more than ever before. I believe it's something we're going to take away with us today from all the speakers. I enjoin all stakeholders to let us take this leap together as we build a future-ready capital for the sustainable recovery of our nation. It's all our collective responsibility to build the Nigeria capital market. And I hope that these lively discussions of today, the exchanges of viewpoints in the course of the conference today, will further contribute to the development of Nigeria's capital markets to place us on the path of leading Nigeria's sustainable recovery. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the exchange remains committed to providing investors and businesses a reliable, efficient, and adaptable exchange hub in Africa to save and access capital. Ladies and gentlemen, we bid you journey mercies. We thank you most sincerely. We say God bless you and thank you all.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you, everyone. It has been an honor serving as your MC. I want to thank the Exchange Group, particularly also I'd like to thank the chairman and the CEO for having me as your MC. Until we catch up at our next NGX event, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Remember, lunch is served outside and our ushers will direct you as to how to appropriate your lunch. Thank you very much.